Good morning, Mahima. Welcome to you, Shali. So, Shali Singh, Mahima Kichar. So, as your friends are ready to join, Shali and Mahima. So, tell us something about you. What is the meaning of the name Shali? Shali and Kichar. What is the meaning of Kichar, Mahima Kichar? So, Kichar is your surname and you are from Rajasthan. That also might have some meaning actually. So, Mahima, like what is Mahima? Like sometimes it is used in the sense of blessings. Okay, it's all like God's Mahima in that context. Is it same or any other different meaning? Okay, so it's grace. Is it grace Mahima according to you also? Okay, Mahima glory actually. We can say Gunaghan in Hindi. Okay. Yes, good morning, Raghav. So Raghav, your name is complete name is also Raghav only according to this. So is it a short form for Raghavendra? So those who have joined, any other doubts, issues, or concerns you have, you can ask. Shali means the manner or the style. Okay, so we say a style. Okay, Shali is for about a style. Okay, it's a unique name. You are from which state? And others also can share about you. Those who are joining. We are going to start the class soon. Okay, so Shali is from UP. So yesterday I suggested a TED talk about Shalini Rajneesh. So did you go through that? And what did you learn from that? Shalini Rajneesh TED talk. So those who have watched, you can share your opinion. So Shalu wants to know, sir, how corruption is caused by lack of resources, financial and technical and human. Is it something like that we discussed or like what is the source? We can connect with this, like, but where did you read this? So whether corruption is caused by, what is the heading that you had actually? Okay, so but you have to see what is the heading of that. Do you remember the heading of that PPT? That particular slide heading. I will explain just to give you more information. Can you give me the heading of that? So we might have discussed under the challenges of corruption. Yes, you are right. So Under the challenges of corruption, we had discussed one point, and what is that point is actually lack of resources. So, what resources? Financial resources, technical resources, human resources. Okay, now listen to me, Shalu. So, under these challenges of corruption, we are discussing some factors which is stopping us in dealing with the corruption. So, they are not the causes for corruption. Okay. So, generally, we discussed causes of corruption, but under the heading of challenges of corruption, what we are discussing, there are some factors which are existing in the society or in our India, because of which we are unable to fight against the corruption, or it is delaying the process of fighting against the corruption. One issue is actually, if you want to fight against the corruption, we need so much of financial resources, technical resources, human resources. The people who are involved, maybe the big businessmen involved in a corruption, government officials are involved in a corruption, and they know the law of the land, they know the loopholes which are present in the law of the land, and this corruption money can be, done with money laundering, and they will convert this white money into black money into white money. To understand all of this and to deal with all of this and to collect facts and evidences against these people, you require so much of money. You need a human power, so human beings are required to deal, and a technical knowledge is required. And the organization which are dealing with this corruption as of now do not have enough resources, actually, either in terms of finance or the money or the number of manpower they are having or the technology that is required. We do not have, and that is why this has become one of the challenges in dealing with the corruption, or that is slowing down our progression towards fighting the corruption. Hope you have understood. Himanshu wants to know, sir, what is the difference between code of ethics and code of conduct? Code of ethics, we are discussing. Code of conduct, you will know actually now, and then you will get more clarity, Himanshu. That topic we are yet to discuss. Okay, Himanshu. Now, when we are still in that journey, you will get that clarity. So, Shalini Rajanish video, Mahima was able to go through that video and what she understood. Her dedication and discipline towards her job. She is from Haryana and placed in Karnataka. She is making the real connection with people by respecting and learning the culture and the language. It is very inspiring the way she came up with Sakala model to get the things done on time in order to provide the good governance. Okay, that's very good understanding, Mahima. And thank you for sharing your learnings with others and with me. So Shalu wants to know, so proactive and reactive. Sir, please tell about this. Okay, I'll tell this. Now see here. Proactive. The word proactive and reactive is actually depends on the context in which we used. But in the normal sense, for example, many people, the middle class people, they're earning money, and when they get their salary, um, like whatever they spend, like for example, they're getting 30,000. Many people they spend 28,000 and all. Very less money they have to save and all. And suppose some suddenly accident happens or something, then they will say, okay, where to get the money or how to get arranged. So government schemes are there. Still, we may need to pay some money extra actually. So then I am worried about actually how to, if there is anything that happens emergency, how should I deal? So now already incident happened. Now I am searching for the option like how to collect the money. That's called reactive. So that is one is proactive actually. So we don't know. We expect that me and all of our family members have to be good actually, but sometimes there may be some emergency situation may come. So for that, we also keep some money every month as an emergency fund so that you have some sufficient fund. If there is any emergency situation come, we can use it. So here I'm planning ahead. That is called proactive. And after the incident happened actually, then I'm searching array where to get the money for this emergency situation. That's reactive. So based on the context, but here in the context of information that we had discussed yesterday, information sharing. So there are many information government gives to us before you ask, like as we said, budget, economic survey. The government has many websites, and through that they will share. They have a press information bureau. They will share so much of information. All this information government shares with the common people before you ask us, and that is known as proactive. But there may be some information that is missed here. Our common people want to know more about it. Then you can ask us. How you can ask? RTI, Right to Information Act of 2005. And that, like, once you ask us, then we will give the information. That's called being reactive. After you ask us. Okay, that's how we use. Now, in this context, I would like to suggest one more video. So please note down this video. So if you type Savdha Gerwa, Savdha Ghevra, and the quint. If you type these keywords in the YouTube, so please go to YouTube and consider actually posting the, if you note down somewhere Savda Ghevra and the quint, you will get one video that shows the power of RTI. So Savda Gevra is one of the slum rehabilitation colony or the slum resettlement colony. So they were living in a slum and there was some other project has to come. So these people were resettled in the another area and they did not had any basic access actually amenities. By using the weapon of RTI, Right to Information Act, actually how they were able to get those basic facilities. It's one of the successful story that you can quote in the examination. So please consider watching this. So when you type this in your YouTube, you will get one video of actually from the YouTube channel called the Quint, and which is around 6 minutes 33 seconds actually. So consider watching that particular video, and that will give you more insight about the practical application of the RTI 2005. For now, those who have access, just you can go and put it in the liked list. Actually, go to YouTube and type this. You will get this video and put it under the like list. After the class, you may consider watching. So done. Shall we go ahead? Any other issues, doubts, or concerns? It's a 3 minute video. No, actually, you have to go to 6 minute video. If you type this, actually, see. Uh, if you go to the Quint, you will get one video like this. I know whether it's I don't know whether it's clear or not. The heading of that is actually the women of Savdha Gevra changed their lives through the power of RTI. That is the title, and it's around 6 minutes 33 seconds. It is in the YouTube channel, the Quint. Yes, Akula got it. Others, have you tried? Okay, even Shalom got it. Okay, so others, please also note down. So consider watching that video, and that will give you more insights about the practical application. How can you get the services done even by using that RTI? Okay, so shall we move ahead? So with your race, I'll move ahead. Nobody is saying yes. Yes. Yes, thank you. So we have started our discussion with the civil service codes, and there are two types of codes. One is known as code of ethics and another is code of conduct. Let us we have a small recap of what is code of ethics. As a part of code of ethics, we understood that how the country, like our India, has the DPSPs, that is for the constitutional makers, that will guide us what are the principles that they have to keep in mind when they are making policies and implementing the policies. The same work is done by our code of ethics. These are the guiding principles and the vision for an organization. These are the general principles that organization must strive to achieve, and it guides the decision making of the organization. Same work that if you see, it is also being done by the our DPSP. And we have started our discussion yesterday. In India, there is no official code of ethics for the civil servants. For Indian civil servants, there is no code of ethics. Whether it is there in other country, yes, we have understood that there is something called a Nolan principles or the seven principle of public life. And we discussed that in the form of, Shailu, that you can remember: selflessness, accountability, selflessness, honesty, accountability, integrity, leadership, openness, objectivity, And in the yesterday's class, we also understood the what are the meaning of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, openness, accountability, honesty, leadership, etc. So these are all the topics that we have discussed yesterday. Let us we start today's topic now. Now, as we know, there are no specific values or the principle that is being suggested. Okay, now in this context, do you know what is the relationship between values and principles? Sometimes these values and the principle, these are the words which are used as synonymous. But how can we differentiate the terms actually values and principle? Somebody would like to try this? Just try with your knowledge. Sir, early morning we can't participate much. Sir, please tell us. No, no. I just want you to try. Abstract and concrete. With one more answer, I'll go ahead. Principle is what we follow the rules. Value means good to achieve, whereas the principles means the base on which we compare. Good attempt. Thank you for your participation. Now listen to it. As we rightly discussed, actually, these are the terms which can be used. We say seven principle of public life, but but are the values or the principle? So one simple understanding of this: what are values? Why values are the qualities which are considered to be important. What are values? These are the qualities which are considered to be important. They are values. Gold is valuable to me. We say that. What does that mean? That is more important. My career is more important than my marriage, people say, or for example, in that way, like, my career is more valuable to me than the marriage, if somebody says so, they're giving more importance to the career than the marriage. Or my marriage life is more important to me than my career, so there can be different. So when we say valuable, we are also replacing with the word importance, and we discuss civil service values also. Now in this context, actually, then what is principle? So principles are the explanation of values, explanation of the values. Now, if you understand here, honesty is a value. Honesty is a value. That is quality which is important. But what is honesty? As a public servant, whenever you faced a conflicts of interest, you have to declare it and resolve it in the public interest. What is this? This is an explanation of that value, and this is a principle. Accountability is a value, and as a public servants, we are answerable to the decisions that we made in our life. This statement is known as a principle. How do you follow that value in your life? It may have a slight difference. So integrity is a value, but what is integrity? I should not have any financial or other obligations from the other people, because that might influence on my decision making in the future. That is the principle that I follow. If anybody gives gift or something, I will be away from that. Okay, I maintain a distance from the gift. So that is a principle. And why I do? To maintain the value called integrity. Fine. A simple understanding is required. Okay. Now, in the same way, how do we discuss the seven principle of public life? We have some principles and the values. The values are being suggested by the Second Administrative Reforms Commission. So till now, after the independence in in the independent India, there were two administrative reforms commissions are appointed. One is 1996 Moraji Desai, under the chairmanship of Moraji Desai, the first administrative reforms commission, and the second is actually in the year 2005 under the chairmanship of Veerappa Moily. You should be knowing that. And in fact, in your GS paper T, because GS paper 2, that is Polity and Governance, Administrative Reforms Commission, you have to study at least the summary of this. You have to read the summary of the second ARC that they will discuss in the Polity and Governance topic. What this ARC recommend with respect to the values that civil servants should have, one is you should have a commitment to the Constitution. You already know what is commitment. Commitment means the willingness to give our time and energy for something. Here, we should give our time and energy for maintaining the Constitution and the constitutional values. And we discussed what is impartiality, non-partisanship, objectivity, commitment to the citizen concern, empathy for the vulnerable section of society. You are aware of this. Try to recall them, and if you have any doubt, you can ask. Objectivity, taking the decision based on the facts and evidences. Impartiality, no discrimination. Non-partisanship, maintaining political neutrality. Empathy, ability to understand other people from their perspective. All these points we discussed. So that's why now we planned our topics in such a way that whatever is required to understand this is already discussed in the previous classes. These principles are the value that we follow, are not the definition. See, you should not worry about the definition. You should understand. Many of the question, even if they ask in ethics, it is all about how do you understand why. So, what is values are the qualities which are considered as important. If you want to write the definition for principle, these are the rules that we follow. Okay, these are the rules that we consider as an important, or again we follow. But in simple, when we want to differentiate between values and the principle, these are the explanation of the values. The principles are derived from the values. Is principle also that we follow, we consider as an important. It depends upon which principle. Like these are the 7 principles that you follow in your public life. Okay, so hope these values are clear to you. Now, please focus on this code of conduct. Before I explain, I want you to go through these terms, go through these sentences and see is it making any sense to you. I will answer Sai Krishna. Go through this slide. Just go through. Okay. Now listen to me. So before I go into this slide, Sai Krishna wants to know, sir, whether second ARC comes under code of ethics. No, opposite true. So, like, what is this? First, second Administrative Reforms Commission. This commission has so many other panels. They have given many recommendation to reform the administration in our India so that we'll provide the better services to the people. In fact, there are 14 chapters are there. Okay, so they talk about the different issues, how to protect the whistleblower, how to decrease the corruption, how to bring the discipline in the society, and so many things, how to improve the e-governance. So they've talked about many issues actually. Okay, in which one concept is actually where they suggested some values that the civil servants should have actually. And so code of ethics is again a different concept. Second ARC is a different concept. But second ARC, well, they are giving 100 suggestions. One suggestion is actually some of the values and principles that civil servants should have. And that is, we have discussed as a part of second ARC. So we are not discussing second ARC. We are only discuss some values and the principle that civil servants should have. And that can be considered as a suggestion. Why are we discussing second ARC in 7 principle of public life? Because we do not have an official code of ethics. Hope it is clear. Now, what is code of conduct? Now, you see this, we have discussed about the code of ethics. Code of ethics. What is code of ethics? These are the broader ideas or the broader principles that we have to follow. They say that you have to, you should have a selflessness. You should work in the public interest. You have to be a role model. So many things. But what is that exact meaning of that? Further, more clarity we'll get when we discuss the code of conduct. In code of conduct, there is a set of instruction that is given to you for regulate the actions of the employees or the stakeholders. These are the specific rules and guidelines that you are expected to follow. And it is not only applicable to your official life, and some of these code of conduct are applicable to your personal life also. For example, there is a code of conduct which says, listen to this. You should not roam in the public under the influence of alcohol, even after the office hours. Now, office hours are over. Then you have some personal life. When you under the influence of alcohol, you can take alcohol. That is your choice, of course, whether you want to take. But you should not roam in the public places under the influence of alcohol. So that is one code of conduct related to your personal life. It is not advisable to have more than one person actually as a marriage partner. Like polygamy should not be followed, even though it is allowed in your religion. It is advisable not to have more than two kids, because our national population policy wants actually, want to promote this idea of actually maximum two kids. So these are all related to your personal life, but there's a restriction. Normally in a when there is a marriage anniversaries or other parties that is happening from your close friends and relatives, you can take the gift actually, like up to around 25,000 rupees. But if there is any other more gift there, if people are giving, you can give, but you need to inform to the concerned authorities. So even the gift that you take also should be informed to the government, because that lead to the possibility of actually misusing the power that you are having. In other occasion, like as we said, some farmer wants to give actually 50 kg rice to you. Can you take or something? Normally, if something of the value of less than 5,000 rupees of monetary value, you can take it. If somebody is giving more than that, you can still take it as a gift actually, but you should inform to the concerned authorities. If tomorrow I take some decision, like I received some gift from the people, and if it is proved that it is benefited them, then that money will be considered as a bribe. So in simple, you have to be careful with respect to taking the gifts also. So this code of conduct is applicable to your personal life also, and of course official life, it is important, that we will discuss. Now if somebody is violated code of ethics, what will happen? It depends upon which code of conduct that you violated. Many times it may be just warning. For example, there will be some appropriate behavior. How do you have to receive when a prime minister visits your district? There was an IAS officer who was wearing the sunglasses actually, and then invited PM. It is considered that it's a violation of code of conduct. Then the warning, they will might give warning. So it is not a decency actually. Why are you wearing sunglasses and all? So then it was too much hot actually, and that's why I did. So they may give a warning. Or sometimes when it is severe, they may consider taking the disciplinary action. For example, as a civil servant, I should not neglect my family members. That is a code of conduct. Suppose if I'm an officer and I'm not taking care of my wife, she can complain to higher authority, and that's a violation of code of conduct. Then that, though it is my personal life, I should not neglect the people who are depending on me. My elder parents actually. So the older parents are there. I'm not taking care of them. That is a violation of code of conduct. I'm not taking care of my kids. That is a violation of code of conduct. So any people who are dependent on me, I should not ignore them. So then warning may be given, or if not, actually there may be a disciplinary action like suspension or with delay of the promotion can also be done. And what is this code of conduct is different to the different services. Like we have a central civil services code, actually code of conduct 1964, all India civil services code of conduct 1968, and with here some few amendments are done. Those who want to know exactly the official document, after the class, if you just see all India civil service code of conduct rules, you will get 100 plus page document, one PDF document, you will get it. You can go through that. But for our examination purpose, you should know some of the code of conduct, and let us we discuss that. Before that, sir, if I want more than two children, then should I take permission? Normally, you should not have, because if I there is what, tell me, Sai Krishna, why do you need to give birth to the more than two kids? It doesn't mean that you should take permission. It is not good. And again, if somebody questions it, you should be like, it is expected that as a civil servant you have to be a role model. That's all. Once again, these are like suggestion, and the case by case is some a disciplinary action may be taken. Usually they may not take any disciplinary action actually for having more than three kids, but it is advisable to do follow. You have to be a role model. When we say that actually we were tomorrow, I may need to campaign the people, please consider having maximum two kids only. The more than that, we may not be able to give a better life. Then if I myself have five kids, and how can I tell the people that you should have a two kids? That is the problem it creates. Okay, Sai Krishna. So you how are you? What is your plans? How many kids you would like to have then? Okay, just for fun. Let's we go into this. It depends on the future. Go through these sentences and see is it making any sense to you. Once you are done, you have to participate. Okay, thank you. Now listen to me. First, respecting the hierarchy. That is a point. What does it mean? Hierarchy means actually, what is this actually? We also call lines of hierarchy. For example, A is the higher authority. Below A, there is a subordinate of the A officer is the B. And then we have a subordinate C. Now, C, I am here as a subordinate actually. Now, if I have any issues or concern, first I need to meet immediate authority. And if my immediate authority is there, whatever the legal orders that is given by higher authority, I have to follow. If I'm not following, that's a violation of code of conduct actually. If you have seen the one video that we have suggested for you, D Rupa IPS officer, in that you will come across her subordinate actually. She has ordered, there is a clear violation of law by some politician, and she ordered her subordinate to go and bring that MLA or the local politician. But in spite of so many attempts actually that she tried to bring him, he was not at all bringing. He was intentionally avoiding that duty actually. And that's a violation of code of conduct. She has written a detailed report to about this incident, and he was suspended for more than a year. That is how. So all the legal orders that is given by higher authority, my higher authority as a subordinate, I have to follow. If I don't follow, that's a violation of code of conduct. But if they're giving illegal orders, so I should also know law of the land. If my higher authority says that you go and arrest that person, I should know that actually when I can arrest the person, what is the criteria for arresting the person, is it mentioned in the law and everything, I should know. And when it is not legal, I should also have a right or the courage to say no to the higher authority. When innocent people are doing the peaceful protest, you got an order from the higher authority, go and do the lathi charge. You only throw stones, actually they will start throwing, then you do the lathi charge. Then you should have a courage to say no. You should know when to do the lathi charge, what is the situation. Then you take the permission from the higher authority. If the situation demands, you may go for it. In simple, you have to follow the respect lines of hierarchy. You have to respect your higher authorities and follow their legal orders. And if you have any issues, first you should reach immediate authority. And if that is not resolved, then you should reach higher authority, meet the higher authority above your immediate authority. Like that is first one, respecting the lines of hierarchy. Sir, what if someone wear the sunglasses because of the eye flu while meeting the PM? Every rule has an exception. In ethics also we discuss actually. So nobody will take you action against you without asking for an explanation. Normally, like whenever something you have violated some rule, like we see that though, like I am a senior officer, I saw you that you are my subordinate, you are receiving the prime minister by wearing the sunglasses. I will not suspend you, I will call and talk to you. But you are very far away or something, I will send you a show cause notice. Show cause notice, like tell me some reason why I should not suspend you. Then you will give explanation, sir, this is what happened and all. So then we are also human beings, then it will be considered. So in generally you are not supposed to do that actually, and for every rule there will be an exception. So if there is some genuine reason for wearing something, the wearing some glasses, then it is definitely allowed. Sir, if we skip B and then directly go to C, then what happens actually? If we skip B and directly C go to A, then A will tell first talk to B and then come to me. Suppose some issues, you have to normally go to subordinate courts, then to the High Court, then to go to the Supreme Court. If you directly go to the Supreme Court, they will tell first actually go to the subordinate court and High Court and then come to me, Supreme Court actually. In the same way, if you go to the A, it is not wrong. They may not take it actually. They shall first try to resolve with your immediate superior. That is the first one. Now imagine, now I am the higher authority. If my subordinates are doing the corruption, should I keep ignoring by knowing that? No. It is my responsibility that I have to make sure that within my limitation, I make everything to make sure that my subordinates are also ethical. So subordinates also should show integrity and devotion to the duty. It is my responsibility. I may motivate them. I may talk about the importance of public services. I may give warning. No matter what, I have to make sure that within my limitation, I should take all possible steps actually, so that they do their duty properly. Now, suppose a government has given me some duty that I have to take care of some census related duties, collecting the data or everything, the vaccines related data, vaccines related duty. But as a government official, I don't want to do. Are I have so many other things to do. Why this unnecessary extra work I should do? Then what I'll do? This Ramesh is there. He is actually preparing for civil services. He is free only. Let me hire him, and I'll give my own money. I don't want government money. I will make Ramesh to do this work. Some people may think it is right, but that's why there is a code of conduct which says that you must not engage a private person to perform your official duties. If any official duty that you are supposed to do, you should do it. And there are some cases by taking appropriate permission, you may outsource it. And without that, you cannot outsource your job to the other people. And during the office hours, like for example, if you are doing office related job where you have to work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., you should not do in that time actually the social and charitable services, because you have a duty to do. You are supposed to stay here and do that actually. And any other charitable, something that is not coming under your purview, that is not your legal duty, then you may spend that time after your office hours. You can do the social work, charitable services, helping the people in everything, but that you can do after the office hours. Suppose if some common farmer comes to you with some help actually and say, sir, I need this help. See, Mr. Ramappa, I told you that this will not come under me. Actually, please go to the other officer. See, there is another officer called, Mr. We'll say Raghav is there. Go and talk to that officer. He will help you. Sir, no, sir, I don't know. Actually, please, you only help. Don't you have any common sense? Go, man. Suppose if I'm scolding that common farmer who comes to me, our attender actually or some staff brings to me coffee, but when I tasted, actually, it was not so hot. It was very cool. Then I throw that actually on that person. Don't you have any common sense? And why are you bringing the cool tea to me or coffee to me? Don't show your face next again. So all these are actually showing the disrespect to the human beings. That's a violation of code of conduct. So you need to show respect, courtesy, and cooperation to everyone around you, whether it is your family members or in the public life actually. If I'm showing disrespect and you need facts and evidence, so somebody is actually recorded that, actually that will be a violation of code of conduct. We will look at some of the other code of conduct. Is this slide clear to you? Can we give to subordinate what you want to give subordinate actually, Madhur, Raghav? Whatever we want to do, we need permission from someone. Yes, you don't have so much of freedom within the duty that you are supposed to do. There may be some freedom, but anything extra you want to do, you need to take permission, because some people can always misuse that. Can I go to the temple in office hours? No, you should. If you are going on a personal visit, go after the office hours. Can we give our work to subordinate? Yes, if that is allowed actually, and it is all whole team you have to do. You can allocate jobs actually to your subordinates. Yes, duties which you have to perform. Usually there is very specifically maybe few things only you have to do. As a team you have to do, and if you are an higher authority and if you feel sufficient, you can give it. You can give the task to your subordinates. Sir, when the purpose of public service is to provide the service to the people, then why cannot do the social service be done? And what is the problem with it? That is the question. That's a good question, Sweta. But you see, if there is some social charitable services, some NGO is providing the free food to them, free food to the people, okay, or some other people actually doing so many things, but you are having some duty, no, in 9 to 5 that you are staying in the office, you have supposed to do duty first. You do that, no? Kidney has to do kidney duty, but it is said that our liver is not working well. I will go and help the liver. You are helping liver, but kidney you are not filtering your duty, filtering the blood, and then you are taking care of liver. That is not correct. That is why we say first, as a public servant, you should do your duty 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., whatever that you are supposed to do. And if somebody comes and asks you, that you are not doing your duty and others' duty, that's not fine. Then others is option after the 8 hours of duty. You have time and the patience and really have a good intention to work, then you do it. Sai Krishna, many of you worry about the kind of question that is asked. But remember, friends, actually, the what kind of question that is to be asked, that is a duty of them, duty of the people who are setting the question paper. Understand, no? There can be case studies that is created on that. We can create a 10 marks question, we can create 20 marks question. There are, in fact, 10 questions can, more than 10 questions can be created on this topic. How? If you go through 2013 to 2023, you will get it. They may ask, what is code of conduct? What is the importance of code of conduct? Explain with an example. There may be case studies that is created based on this. And you see that your subordinate is actually allocating the job to a private person who is not a government employee. Then how do you respond to this? Then you should know that there is a code of conduct like this. So let us be. So first stage is knowing the content. Let us be focus on that. That question is not wrong. If civil servant take leave, what to do? Our duty that day. They like normally when the civil servants cannot take without the permission. There will be a normal procedure. Some emergency situation, then we'll share the duty that that person is supposed to do. Then if A is Ramesh is taking the leave, then we will see what there will be alternatives in the organization who has to do. So in that way, based on the situation, we can deal. Normally, a leave, if you want to take, there is a procedure that is to be followed. After taking approval from your higher authority, you can take the leave, unless there is some medical emergency or some family related emergency. But we can help the victims of accident while we are going to. Again, Sai Krishna, every rule has an exception. No, if there is very genuine reasons to help, actually nobody will tell you. And the office, suppose office hours, you are going and helping the accident victims, nobody will say no. Every rule has an exception. That's why we say these are all the general instruction, and by case basis the things can change. Can you help accident victims in the office hours? Definitely yes, there is no doubt. Can I go for inspection of government school while eating the food to taste its quality and hospital? If that is your duty and that comes under your jurisdiction, then you can go. And definitely, as a district magistrate, as an IAS officer, your scope is actually too much, and like you have a so much of responsibilities. Yes, you can go as an IAS officer. There are many government employees are there. No, sometimes you have to do office duty. Non-executive jobs will be there actually. Then what we may have to stick to our office duty actually. But if you are as an IAS officer, IPS officer, and you are in the execution of programs, implementation of the schemes, and making sure that everything is working well, then you have liberty to go there. Is civil servant allowed to start his business after his office hours? No. If you are a government employee working as a full time, you cannot do any business also, because it is expected that actually after the office hour you need some time to rest and to enjoy your time with the family and everything. That's why starting a business is not allowed. But many civil servants open their business with their brother name, sister name, husband name, wife name, because they are different individuals. They can do the business. Social service comes under the ethical value of empathy, but it may violate the code of ethics as it is a social service. Okay, that's a general statement, but whether it's a right or wrong depends on the specific situation. But after being the district collector, we still need to take permission. Then what is the benefit of having the power? You don't have any absolute power, Madhur. Every power comes with restriction. Every power comes with responsibility. Okay, every power comes with hierarchy. Nobody has absolute power, including Narendra Modi ji. Like we say, Prime Minister or the President, Draupadi Garu. So, no, in India, nobody has an absolute power. Their rules are also restricted. Their power is also restricted. Even, for example, Modi wants actually, suddenly he cannot bring uniform civil code actually just by himself alone. There is a procedure to be followed. Farmers Act we couldn't able to bring unless there is actually a respect, or many people agree for that. So everybody has a restriction, including then DC also has. Have a look at these sentences and just see, is it making any sense to you? These are only the key points. I will explain to you in detail. Just observe these sentences. Okay, now listen to me. So, you as a public servant, I have to be very careful when you are speaking in the public. Nowadays, public speaking includes whatever we write in our social media platforms, like the X or the X Twitter, or the present X or the X Twitter, or in the Facebook, Instagram, and everything, that whatever you post, you have to be careful. You should not speak anything against the nation, against the government policies, and anything that can create an embarrassment to the union government, state government, or it affects the India's relationship with other countries. You have to be very careful when you are speaking, and you should not do or speak anything that create an embarrassment. Now, in this context, actually, there is a recent fight actually that was happening between the D. Rupa IPS officer and no, Rohini Sinduri, IAS officer. Both are actually from the Karnataka cadre, actually, D. Rupa IPS officer and Rohini Sinduri IAS officer. Now, this IPS officer has the opinion that Rohini Sinduri is involved in some corruption, and she okay, that is her opinion. Now, when you have that allegations, actually, there is a legal procedure how to deal with that. But without that, actually, like IPS officer coming to the social media and talking something negative about an IAS officer, and sharing some personal photos of Rohini Sinduri in the social media platforms and all, that created an embarrassment to the state government and for the post of civil services, actually. That is an example for violation of code of conduct, actually. A warning is given both of them to deal this issue in a much better way, and our restrictions were actually put on not to post these issues, actually. So that is one example where you have to be careful when you are giving the public speeches. And whenever you are writing actually a book or a article in the newspaper, TV, and the radio, you have to be very careful. Many when you want to publish a book, you might need a permission from the certain authorities, because when you speak, actually, it is a government is speaking. You have to be very careful. You need to take appropriate permission. In generally, whenever you are talking about the issue of literature, arts, and science, there is not much restrictions are there. If as long as you have a sufficient knowledge on that, you can give a speech on that, you can write an articles on that, you can write a book on that. But other than literature, arts, and science, if you are writing socio-political issues, you need to take a permission. You have to be careful, and you know that actually you don't have much liberty like media has to say whatever you want to say. You are a public servant, you are representing the government, and you have to be careful. It has to undergo scrutiny from the concerned authorities. You have to vote. Okay, definitely. But you should not share your preference of vote to the other people. So you have to be very careful when you are given even voter campaigns you are doing. So you have to tell, please do not take the money, do not be under the influence of money. Vote for any person, the right candidate that you consider. Can I tell that actually, please vote for the more and more educated people, actually, so that whomever you vote, that is your choice, but vote for the educated people, and vote for the people who do not have any criminal background. Can I say this? Suppose as a public servant, as a part of voter awareness campaign, can I tell the people that you should vote for the educated people, you should vote for the people without any criminal background? Can I say this? No, I cannot say this, because our constitution do not give any compulsory education qualification. Anybody who is already convicted, they cannot actually contest, but the accusation is there. So somebody just put an accusation that I've involved in a sexual harassment, it is not proved, then I can contest in the election. So that may be right or wrong. So in the same way, whenever I'm giving voter awareness as a public servant, I should not definitely tell you should vote for BJP or Congress, and I should not even tell you should only vote for educated people, you should vote for the people without any criminal background. No, I can maximum say you should not get under the influence of actually money. You should not take the money and actually and vote it. That is wrong. And please have liberty. Think about them. Evaluate whomever you feel appropriate. You can vote for them. So you have to be careful when you are telling the preference to vote. You have to be very careful when spending the public money. You have to use it with efficiency and effectiveness. And if it is proved that there is some negligence in utilizing the public fund, you have not taken any money, but you actually wanted some water bottles for the office. And normally, suppose some water bottle that you are spending 3,000 rupees for water bottle, for the same quality you would have got at 500 rupees. If somebody questions it, and it will be a violation of code of conduct. You should not demand the funds from the common people without appropriate permission, even for a good or charitable causes, without the permission. For example, as an Armstrong Pame, if I want to collect, create 100-kilometer road and I want to collect money from the people, I need to take appropriate permission, a transparency to be maintained, each and every rupee, how that coming to that account. It should not be my own personal account I should open. I should open an account in the name of a truster actually, or an NGO may be doing it actually, and without the help of permission from the authorities, I should not collect even 1 rupee from the common people, and I must not take any private trade or employment in the other organization. Now this question, can we find them whom you are finding? If I am a traffic police, then somebody is violating traffic rule, then I can find them. If I am not at all related, I cannot find them. Second point in this slide, please. Second point means you have to be very careful before whatever you are writing in the book, whatever the articles that you write in the newspaper, whatever the interviews that you give in the TV or the radio. Usually, if you are writing or talking about literature, arts, and science, you have much liberty. As long as you have a knowledge on them, you can speak. Other than that, if you are speaking on a socio-economic political issues, you should know that you are a government employee, you are representing the government, and many times it will undergo scrutiny before you publish it. After retirement, are these code of conduct applicable? No, shallow. These code of conduct are applicable when you are in the service only. Armstrong Pame used to invite to the school children to see him working during the office hours and have a meal with them. How is this allowed? And there is nothing wrong in that. It's okay to do. As a district magistrate, you can do that. If there is a religious, see, finally, every code is created so that because some of them misuse it. Why I should not public money, collect it? Because some people can misuse it, right? They may collect the money and they may not use it properly. That is why these code of conducts are created. Every rule has an exception. As long as your intention is create. See, that's why listen this point actually. Whenever you have violated a code of conduct, it is called mistake. It is a mistake. Violation. But why have you done? There are two kinds of mistakes are there. One is called as modified mistake. And another is bona fide. When there is the modified mistake means we have violated some rule. You have violated code of conduct for the self-interest. Then it is a wrong. Then it is a punishable actually. But when you done in the public interest, then it is correct. So you may be violating the code of conduct, but you should be able to justify why you have done it. And as long as you have violated it actually in the public interest, you may not face the punishment. You are not doing any mechanical job. If this is very absolute statement actually, then a robot can also be feeded with that, and tomorrow normally would have replaced. But as of now, an administration cannot be replaced with the robot because all of these rules are subjective. Hope you understood, Mahima. Is there is any religious speech for any media or anything? Does it violate as our secular? If there is a religious speech for any media, now see, as an officer during the office hour, I should not go and I should not go and give any religious speeches. And my personal capacity, if I go and do that actually, then that may not be an issue. But still, you have to be careful if you are preaching religious speeches and all. But you can do puja and all. That is fine. Now ask me and listen to me. Suppose now you are a public servant, IAS officer. Can you go and take classes in the competitive for competitive aspirants? Can I give a coaching? The question is, can I continue as a teacher whenever I'm free after the office hours? Is it okay? Can I act in cinema industry, cinema or serials? Can I run an YouTube channel and earn the money from it? Can I contest in the beauty shows? Like Miss India and all actually are there, Mr. India and all, and the shows, some beauty shows, and earn the money. Can I write book and earn the money? Can I earn the money? Like when you write a book publish, you will get some royalty. Can I earn the money? So can I do the teaching? Can I act in the cinema or serials, YouTube channels, and making money from it? Beauty shows, I'm contesting as a judge actually, or participant, and earning the money. And suppose I'm writing books actually and earning the money. I'm writing articles and earning the money. Is all of doing this is fine or not according to you? Or which one is right, which one is wrong? Suppose if you feel, if you don't know and suppose you want to assume, can you think of this? Some of you have yes, some of you have no. Just think about it. Now, okay, now listen to me. As an officer, can you teach actually? Yes, you can teach. Can you act in cinema? Yes, you can teach actually. Can you act in serials? Yes. Can you run an YouTube channel and earn the money? Yes, actually. Can you participate in beauty shows and earn the money? Yes, actually. Can you write a book and earn the money? All are correct. Listen to me carefully. But all of this you have to do without affecting your duty that you are supposed to do. Your duty is always primary priority. When after the office hour you are going to cinema, serial shooting, that is fine actually, but during office hour you should not go. Then why it is allowed, sir? But why not business or something? There is something called as hobby that we as a human being actually, all the example that I've given actually, acting in cinema, serials, teaching, YouTube channel and all, which are hobbies. Normally you should see why you are allowed to work only 8 hours but not actually any part-time job in the other organization after 8 hours. As a human being, when we do the work, we need our own time so that we'll get enjoy and come with much more energy to office tomorrow. Now I'm already working, going to another part-time job and getting stressed actually, it decreases my focus on my work. I may not be able to give my 100%. That is why I should not do any trade or employment. But these things, hobbies, when I do that, I'm getting more energy. I'm getting more satisfaction with myself. That is not like a spending energy or something. That is why this allowed. All of this you can do without or compromising with your duty, and you should not do any of this only with the intention of earning the money. The money may come actually with this, but your intention is not to earn the money, but to enjoy the process. Then you are allowed to. Okay, understood. All of these are allowed actually. You can actually contest in this, on. Like, for example, there was an IAS officer called Smita Sabarwal from Telangana cadre. She was participating some in the beauty shows, even after clearing that, being an officer. That's correct. That is her life. This is cheating. What is cheating, Mr. Raghav? See, you are a human being. You have right to continue your hobby. And if that hobby gives you money, that is fine. I'm doing something that I love to do and I'm earning the money. That is good. But I should not do any of this only to earn the money. There is a difference in this. Finally, the intention of all this, you have to do your duty and enjoy your life, and then you are a complete person. Are we clear with this? Can I play cricket? Yes, you can play cricket. Can you play at national, international level? May not be, because that international level cricket, some India Australia match is fixed. But here you as an officer, you cannot go whenever you want. But cinema serials, if you are in demand, they may adjust your shooting time according to your convenience. But international cricket games cannot be actually as a passion. Of course, you can play cricket. If hobby is running the business, can I pursue? No, you cannot, because there is a rule like that. See this slide. You should not write this example actually in the examination, but just for you to understand, we have given this slide. You should not quote any particular person for a violation of code of conduct. Mahima. So has one question, sir, on what grounds would I be proved it someone for doing a hobby or only for money? See, well, very simple. Nobody will question you as long as you are actually doing your duty properly, and you are giving sufficient time that you are supposed to give for your duty. But if you're compromising with your duty, if some people are negatively affected because of your non-performance of a duty, and you are supposed to do some duty, but you are acting in movie or serial, then people will question. You should be able to justify that I am doing my 100% to my duty, and then I am taking care of it. That is a criteria. Only when the things goes wrong, people will question you. That's all. Now, one of the IAS officer, like called Shah Faisal, in one of the posts, actually, he has posted patriarchy plus population plus illiteracy plus alcohol plus porn plus technology plus anarchy is equal to rapistan. So, it is actually the way that the words are used and everything, which is considered not appropriate. In a country, if all this increases, like maybe Hindustan becomes rapistan or something, the meaning actually, which is an example of actually speaking something that create an embarrassment to the nation actually. So this is one example of violation of code of conduct. But in exam, don't write this specific example. This is just for you to understand. When you are writing the negative example, you should not quote the people who are there. You may just reference, for example, as an IAS officer, if you write this code, it can be wrong. Don't mention the name of the person who has given that code. So, like he got a notice for violation of code of conduct in 2018, that he had failed to maintain honesty and integrity in the discharge of his official duties and acted in a manner of unbecoming of a public servant. Usually, a warning is given, and that person has to be careful next time. Just an example. Another example. What is wrong in this quote? A statement, if you see. Is there is anything wrong also? What is wrong, Akula? Okay. Yes, actually, here, see, there is a two ways that we can understand. Till here, there is one within the box. It is extent actually correct. It is derogatory statement about the government for removing his name. Sir, cannot this be quoted as an example, like as an officer has spoken this without mentioning the name? Don't even tell that. Generally, the statement, if anybody says it is wrong, like that you can quote Shweta. Now listen to me, okay? For example, what is the logic behind Mahatma Gandhiji's photo in our currency? Why do we have Gandhiji's photo in our currency? Tell me, what is the logic? In the same way, you also tell me why some statues, why Mahatma Gandhiji's statues are there across the world? Why some roads are named after the Mahatma Gandhiji? Why do we do that? Okay, first think about why there is a Gandhiji's photo in our currency. What is the intention behind that, logic behind that? Because he is father of our nation. Representing the national struggle for peace and unviolence or non-violence, so that we remember their sacrifice and devotion to the nation's independence. He is the father of nation. We remember him for the contribution to our freedom struggle, because he is a person with integrity and honesty, the preachers of the world values of the truthfulness and non-violence. He is known for satyagraha. Okay, super. Now listen to me. Usually during the process of marriage, this bridegroom ties actually a knot to the his bride actually. Why do we tie the knot? That is tali. What is the logic that a married woman has this knot actually, or the tali? That is, I don't know what it is called in English. Some sacred thread actually they are wearing. And why do they wear it? Any idea? What is the logic behind that? In a Brahmin community also, like for example, during the marriage, there are some three threads they are already having actually, and the marriage another three threads are added actually as a sacred threads, which are called as, and the women have sacred thread here. What is the logic behind this sacred threads? A Mangal Sutra, okay, if it is Mangal Sutra, why do married women have Mangal Sutra? Any logic behind that? All are having, they are connected, that's why. So that bond is formed. It is a symbol that she is married, that she has accepted him as her husband, and it's a custom as well. Okay, now listen to me. Now the why there is same kind of knot is there, not for an husband, to know that she is married. Married men also have in some communities only, but in not in not in universal practice. It will save for heart attack, it seems, according to Prashant. So if so that if married woman if wearing, she will not get heart attack. Unmarried woman, she may get it heart attack. Or boys, they let them go. Huh? Only you should protect girls only. Yeah. Okay. In past, it was to show the claim on women. Okay. Now let us we understand the science or the logic behind it. Now listen to me. You will get it. So nobody would try to propose her. That is why she has a knot. Okay. Now listen to me. So there is a currency or the photo of Mahatma Gandhi in our currency, so that whenever we see his photo in our currency, we need to recall the values of actually Mahatma Gandhi and follow the values. Whenever we see his statues, we are expected to follow those values given by Mahatma Gandhi. When there is actually Mahatma Gandhi Road, MG Road is named actually. It is expected that we will recall the values of actually Mahatma Gandhi and walk in that road. But suppose if MG Road is there and you are selling alcohol is there, you are selling the alcohol or you are selling the non-veg, then we are disrespecting. So as long as it is in the currency, there is no logic. Normally, during when if we are getting married to a person, we are giving some promises to the other person that I will be with you actually, and we are living together. I do not cheat you. I'll maintain loyalty and all actually. So that a married woman is actually like that tie is a not actually there. That to remind her always that she has also given the promises as a part of the marriage. She has to remember and follow those values. In the same way, when the man is wearing the sacred thread actually that is around this, you can see that is also that is close to his body, that will remind him about the promises that he has given. So all these are there to remember some values. Now imagine we are using the currency to buy the drugs or to say buy the non-veg or to buy the alcohol and doing all these illegal things or to create violence, then actually we are disrespecting. So there is no logic in just having the currency. The day when we inculcated all of this actually, then we don't need somebody to remind us. Initially the concept of God is required so that we have a fear. If you do the wrong things actually, then there is a God who may send actually us to hell. If you do the good, and God may send us to heaven or something. But once you get maturity, you don't need the concept of heaven, hell actually, or the law of the land to do good things or to stop you from doing the bad things actually. Your conscience is sufficient. When you really inculcated some values, you don't need somebody to remind you. That is a real way of celebrating the 150th birth anniversary. That is why this this statement is correct. Whatever that is there in the box. What an exceptional celebration of 150th birth anniversary is going on. It is high time we remove his phrase from our currency, his statues from across the world, and rename the institution and the roads named after him. That would be a real tribute from all of us. That is correct. When we are able to inculcate in our life, then you don't need the statues. When that day come, that is the real way of showing gratitude to the Gandhiji. It may be correct, at least we can interpret in this way, but some may be in confusion or in hurry. Somehow she has written thank you at Godse for 30/01/1948. Now it is considered that it is disrespecting the Gandhiji or something, and it is considered as a violation of code of conduct. See, I am not saying she is wrong actually. I am not disrespecting this IAS officer also. Definitely they are great. But it is just telling that you have to be a bit careful when you are posting, that's all. And how the things can go wrong. So now later she has been transferred actually from Bruhan Mumbai Municipal Corporation to Water Sanitation Department and all. So my intention of showing this, whether Shah Faisal or Nidhi Chaudhary madam actually is not saying defaming them, not at all saying that it is actually whatever there may be logic, but it is just to give you an example for violation of code of conduct and to tell you that you have to be careful whenever you take the decision. Now we'll see about Saraswati. Before that, any doubts you have, let me see. It is accepted a truth in religion that the male are superior than the woman, but in some religion it is not there. Sir, personal opinion, why we consider only Gandhiji as our world independence comes actually? Why not others? There are many other fighters who have sacrificed a lot for independence. Why not others' currency? Why shouldn't we remember others? Why we shouldn't follow the path walked by other figure? Why only Gandhiji? Yes, definitely there are many other people who are contributed. There is no doubt, but Gandhiji is considered as a leader of Indian independence movement. Actually, now we know that if actually we say Pradhan Mantri, we say like actually it is to normally people say 2014 to 24 is a period of Modi period. But is Modi Oji only working? No, there are thousands other people are working actually. But we should need one leadership actually. That's why. But there is no personally nothing wrong. Even if we can recall all other people, if we but we cannot print all the photos actually. It may be keep changing actually, and it involves so much of maybe money of printing again and again. That may be the possible some practical reason. Otherwise, India as a country, we respect them and believe that all the people have contributed. And when we say Gandhi, we are not just talking about the Gandhi. Gandhi is representing all other people. We need one to represent. Why only MLA should take the decision? There are other 1 lakh people are there in the constituency. No, that MLA is representing them. That's all. How the last line become against the code of conduct? Please tell me. See, in the last line, she is writing, thank you at Godse. Godse is the person who assassinated Gandhiji, and you are thanking for him. That is like a disrespecting the national leader. That is why it is a violation of code of conduct. That create an embarrassment to the government. That is why it's a code of conduct, violation of code of conduct. Only got independence? No, I am not at all saying that only Gandhi got independence. I have given this explanation. So, hope you have got the clarity. Now, see, let us, we come here and Saraswati has some problem, it seems. So, let us we see what is her problem. Please go through this slide. Does we really have his face in the currency in the past? In the past, we don't know. After independence, so we have. And even today, it is there. Okay, Raghavji. No, there was no good say face in our currency. Please read that post again. You will get clarity. She was thank youing the good say. It is said that thank you good say for whatever that is happened. So that was created a problem there, or some misunderstanding. How can we have good say face on the currency? Please read this slide. Done. Okay. Now still listen to me. Okay, before whatever she has said to remove the face is okay, but because let it be the currency rather than showing the one's face on it. Yes, Shweta, I am agreed. Please also write a mail to our Honorable Prime Minister. There is a website called as mygov.gov.in. So, mygov.gov.in actually, or that gov.in actually. So, where you can express your opinion and you can tell that. Okay. Now Saraswati. So who is this Saraswati? She is an she was an IT professional. She was there in the USA. Moved by the patriotic sense of doing something for the country, she came to India. So she has enough money and she worked well. Actually, she has come to India. And together with other people, she want to start an NGO. And what is the objective of an NGO? To provide the quality modern education. So she want to work in the education field by providing the very nominal cost. Hope this is clear to you. She was there in America. She want to come to India and she want to start an NGO. That's all you need to remember. Now listen to this on your own and create the answer. So at least they're asking some measures. I want you to come up with minimum 5 measures. Now I'm opening the chart to the public. You can post your actually answers and also listen to others or observe others. So you need to understand from the context, Vanshika. I will tell later, but because in exam we don't have an option of dictionary based on the context, you need to understand the meaning. I'm here observing your comments, so you can go on posting the comments. Good Sai Krishna. And Raghav. So you are telling Saraswati to join another NGO, huh? Sai Krishna. Let her do her own NGO, no? Last few seconds. Okay. So thank you for your participation. Others, if anybody has written, please post your answer. And then now observe others' answers, whoever has posted. Good attempt, Shweta. Now, now please listen to me. Very few of you have confused actually what what is this question actually. Many of you have written the right answer. Now Saraswati, she wanted to start this NGO, but she faced a lot of problem, and her problems are given here. Later, that what they have given, a measure of government control over the voluntary social work is necessary. Even if somebody want to do social work, we should what we have to do, control them, regulate them, monitor them, because some NGOs can misuse their money. They may be used to convert black money into white money. They may work against the interest of the country. All these are possibilities are there, but it should not be exercised in a coercive corrupt manner. Coercive corruption, in a forcefully we are taking the bribe from them. No, that is not appropriate. What measures can you suggest to ensure that the due control is exercised? At the same time, well meaning, honest NGOs' efforts are not demotivated, not obstructed, not actually stopped. So, we need to tell measures so that government has some control also. At the same time, NGOs are also motivated to work. Here, you wish we are the question is not asking what Saraswati should do, whether she should start the other NGO, or what are the options available to Saraswati. No, this question is not about what Saraswati should do. The people like Saraswati are facing the problem actually, and what are the reforms that we need to bring in administration or in the governance so that people like Saraswati do not face the problem. That is a question. Now, keeping this in the mind, most of the times question itself give us some indication about what is the answer that we are expecting from you. Let us look at each problem and find a solution. She soon discovered that she has to seek permission from a number of government agencies. First problem that she is having is she need to seek permission from a number of government agencies, like one department, another department. Every time she has to go there, come back and all. So there is one solution to deal with that. What is that? Single window clearance mechanism. Single window clearance mechanism. Suppose if I want to start industry or an NGO, I may need approval from 5 departments. I need to go to the 5 departments. I will apply it only one place at single window. Now one officer has given the permission, it will automatically through digital, it will go to another department and all, like it will be keep going. So that is single window clearance mechanism. The rules and procedures were quite confusing and cumbersome. So there is a confusing rules and procedures were there. So we need to come up with something called a citizen charter, which will explain the process in simple words, so that a common person also can understand. A Saraswati coming from USA, if she can't understand, then think about common people. So that we need to come up with a citizen charter which explains all the rules and procedures in a simple way, so that a common person should be able to understand. Then the problem is solved. What frustrated her was the delays. So now we need to think about actually for delay, how to deal with the delay. So we need to come up with e-governance that will reduce us the time that is required to process of this. A special preference can be given to the NGOs because they are playing a very important role in the development of our country. And a time limit, actually time limit should be also allocated. Like for example, the example that I've given is Sakala in the yesterday's. Actually, you can also give the example like the initiation in Karnataka Sakala. The time services should be provided within the time, and enough human resources should be there, and special preference should be given to the NGOs and e-governance. All this will solve the problem of delay. The careless attitude is another problem. So their attitude of carelessness, actually, in order to improve that, a government organization should build healthy work culture. There you will talk about what is work culture and what is healthy work culture, how to create healthy work culture. What frustrated her was actually demand for the bribes. Now the demand for the bribe shows that the laws are not clear, or not is not being implemented well. So we need to focus on implementation of the law, proper implementation of the law. So in this way, we need to identify, see, all the problems are there, and for every problem there is a solution. This is how the question can be asked. Now we discuss some general principle, but all those actually healthy work culture we discuss someday, citizen charter we discuss someday. In governance, you will discuss a single window clearance mechanism. E-governance is also part of the GS paper to syllabus. We will also learn, and the laws of the land and implementation you will learn actually in the GS paper too. So it's a combination of different topics and different papers. You can simply create the answer. Ease of doing business for doing business. Now she is doing social work, Sai Krishna. Or that's why we do not use a specific word of ease of doing business, but we'll make her job easier with these steps. If any clarity, she can also use the weapon of RTI. Yes, you can also use the weapon RTI. If she want to know the exact process, why there is a delay and everything, she can ask from the RTI. Are we clear? Hope you have written this, noted down this. Sir, one question. Yes, ask Shweta. Yes, Mahima, your points are also valid. Does government give funds to NGO? Yes. Whenever they feel that the governments are doing good work, not all the NGOs, there are some NGOs, they will receive the funds from the government. And if that NGO received the funds, that also comes under the RTI. For the funds that NGO receives from the government, the NGO is answerable to the people how they are utilizing that money. However, funds are given by transferring from the Consolidated Fund of India. There will be accountant will be there. He will type actually their account number. They will have an account number and it will be transferred. Observe this slide. It is a solution to Saraswati's problem. How much is given? That depends on the NGO, the requirement, and the funds allocated for this development, and all the other factors. By how to have control? By monitoring them to make sure that they are maintaining the transparency. Your answer for the question, Sai Krishna, is the first statement. Any doubt in this slide? First point, yes. So what is this? So NGOs, the non, what are the other suggestion? Now, in order to deal with this issue effectively, every NGO has to maintain transparency. That means how are they getting the funds, from where are they getting the funds, and how they are utilizing, so that you are creating the trust with the government authorities. You have to involve the local people in the process of decision making, rather than you deciding what society want, or talk to the people and let them decide what they want actually, what services, and then you see whether can we provide the services to them or not. Involve the local people. In order to deal with the delay issue, there should be a procedure for approval, should be time bound, and the e-governance. With respect to the callous attitude, we need to create healthy work culture. We can give skill and value training to them. Officials should be responsive and competent, and officials should have empathy and compassion. And with respect to the bribe, strict implementation of the anti-corruption laws, giving more amount, more awareness to the people, and effective GRM, that is grievances redressal mechanism. Are we clear? Just have a look at this question. In order to discuss one important concept, we have taken this question. Just I want you to glance at it and create, think about it. That's all. At least one sentence about these words. Now, listen to me. Why we are asking these questions to you? When we give this question generally, what do you understand by the terms governance, good governance, and ethical governance? Some of you may, sir, we did not specifically discuss this. Some they write actually, according to United Nations, good governance is this. According to World Bank, good governance is this actually. Whenever the question asks actually, what do you understand by? They want to know how you have understood. It is not important again what Gandhiji said, United Nations, World Bank said. They are not asking your knowledge-based question. You know governance, and whatever the good points that you add, actually that will become good governance. Much better points you add, it can become ethical governance. So they want to know your understanding of this. So don't use the word according to United Nations, World Bank actually. That is why this question is asked. So it can be like simple. These slides will be sharing with you. Governance is a system of rules and regulation. It defines the powers and functions of the stakeholder, what PM should do, what MP should do, what MLA should do. And the governance is a governance, whether it is a democracy, that is a rule by the people, monarchy, that is a rule by the king, or a dictatorship, a rule by one single person, actually one who has an ultimate authority. So in any kind of things actually, there is a governance exist. This is a neutral word, governance is there. Now when you say good, you have to add few more points. Like for example, transparency, accountability, efficiency and effectiveness, rule of the law. And if you see all the words we have discussed, you can give the example of good governance is actually having right to information, and CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, so that accountability is established. This is for accountability. CAG will ask the government, how, why have you spending so much of money? You have to answer. And RTA brings transparency. And writing sentences, actually at least 3 points, and you will get 3 marks for good governance. Then add few better points that you feel as an appropriate in the ethical governance, where it is a government where the citizens are considered as the kings, where government believes that we are exist to serve the people, not to dominate them, not to show authority towards them. And it is not that we are imposing any one particular culture. You will respect the culture of the different section of society, and we focus on achieving the inclusive growth. We discussed what is inclusive growth. So where the diverse section of society that are there participating in the GDP, and they are getting the benefits also. You can give any example. And like for example, providing the quality food at affordable cost under the PDS distribution system can be an ethical governance. Right to education can be also be an ethical governance. Need to define in your own words, shall. Ethical governance is a kind of governance where the public servants think that citizens are the king. Like that, you can write it in a sentence, you can write in a flowchart, diagram, everything is allowed. Good governance is there, is that actually leader want to make that there is no leader. That is a good definition for a leader, not for a governance. We need a leaders actually to control them, to guide them, to monitor them. We need people who are in the top position of hierarchy. Are we clear? Any doubt about this question? No. Ethical governance, no involvement of corrupt practices. Can I write? Yes, Sai Krishna, you can write. Now I'll go to the next topic. Before that, as always, actually ask some funny, tricky questions, one or two, and then I'll go to the next topic. As anybody has prepared some funny, tricky questions to this. The answer should be so simple, but we cannot get it. Any such questions you have? Prashik, tell me why you have joined at late, so late, 1 hour 40 minutes late, in a class of 3 hour 30 minutes. Prashik Vanjari. Others, please. Can you think of any dress owned by house? Do anybody know the answer for this? So, just a funny question. What is the dress owned by a house? The dress owned by, WORN, owned by. Okay, dress owned by the house is address, it seems. I think answer is correct. Himanshu, is it address? Okay, that's a good question, actually, interesting. And second question. A general question, maybe why Atal Bihari Vajpayee's birthday is celebrated as a good governance? As a factual concept, I am not exactly aware if it is normally if he for his contribution, but I'll know and let you know actually. Vanshika. Sir, one slide of the governance. One slide of the governance. You want to know slide of governance? Yes, please keep that. Address painting. Sorry, sir, I tried to wake up at 4 p.m. You tried to wake up at 4 a.m., but you woke up at 7:40. Huh, Prashik? Not a little gap, long gap. Because he is Atal. Because of his contribution towards infrastructure, it seems. Roads. Okay, now coming to the last simple funny question, then we'll go ahead with that. The next topic, and then we'll take the break. Any questions you have? Some. What comes after A? What comes after A? Is it B? I don't think so. That is the answer. Any other better answer you have? What comes after A, it seems. Oh, answer is B, it seems. Ah, that what a great question, man. Actually, okay. Let us see. What is something that has many holes but still holds the water? What is something that has many holes actually, but still that is holding the water? Okay, what is that? What is something that has many holes but still holds the water? Okay, answer is sponge. Our aspirants have given. I think it is correct. Himanshu, the last question. Shower do not hold the water. It spreads the water. Potholes has actually potholes. I don't think it has many holes in it. Potholes will have only one hole. Or what is this potholes? And Himanshu, what is your answer? Okay, the sponge only. Uh, how do you make number one disappear? How do you make number one disappear? My answer is simple. I'll choose this. Actually, there is eraser option and will erase. Okay, it is not erasing. So, how do you make number one disappear? By erasing it. Is that is the right answer? Konatam? Okay, that's a good question. Actually, let us we come back to our discussion and just to it is a remove one. Konatam, you just give your answer, better answer. If it is, we'll go ahead. Okay. Normally, when you are studying for a longer time, also, suppose if you feel like boring or something, you may ask, you may go to some, you may have a collection of tricky question that you solve or try to find out. Actually, or go out and talk to the other people and come back. Let's we come back to our topic, very important topic. Now we have a topic called utilization of public fund. But first, can somebody tell me what is public fund? According to Shweta, it's government money, sir. Taxes of the public. Sir, if religion come in the governance, is it good or bad? That's a very debatable question, and that you'll study detail in the current affairs and governance. In simple, any government that is actually there has to maintain equal distance from all the religion. It doesn't mean that it should not at all participate. It has to give equal preference and equal distance. It has to give equal preference to all the religion and maintain equal distance from all the religion. Then it is correct. But it is happening or not, only you should know. Okay, coming back to the public funds. It is the money received from the public in the form of taxes, the government revenue, welfare purpose. Super. Now listen to me. What is public fund? A simple definition is it is the money that is collected by the government. Which government? Central government, state government, local government. Through the tax and non-tax resources. And to achieve the socio-economic transformation. This is known as the public fund. It is the money that is collected by central, state, and local government through the tax and non-tax resources, not just revenues actually. Other resources are there. One is tax and all other non-tax resources that they collected, and in order to achieve the socio-economic transformation. This is known as public fund. With respect to utilization, with respect to utilization, there are two problems are happening. Example of non-tax resources. What is it other than tax? Where do the government get money? If you have seen the budget, you will come to know. For example, we have PSUs, public sector undertakings. They make money, and that is a non-tax resources. PA as a traffic police collect the fine. That is a non-tax resources. We give actually coal block allocation actually. Then we'll collect the money. That is a non-tax resources. All these are the non-tax resources. Stamp duties are the example of non-tax resources. Correct. So with respect to the utilization, can we say return on investment? Not necessarily return on investment. That is also one actually, but there are many other resources. Like coal block allocation, not a return on investment. It is a return that we are getting on the natural resources that we are preserving. Okay, with respect to utilization, there are two problems are happening. One is known as misutilization. Another is known as underutilization. What is misutilization? What is underutilization? Let us we understand with the help of an example. Observe this case. This is one example for misutilization of public fund. What is happening? So there was one bridge called as Aguwani Sultan Ganj Bridge. Where this construction is happening, it is in Bihar over the Ganga River. In order to construction of this bridge, the foundation is laid in the 2014. How they will get money to do this? Of course, the common public money. That is a public fund. And at that time, cost was estimated that 1,760 crore will spend and will complete as early as possible. It was supposed to be completed before 2020 only, but it is continued to construct. In the year 9, in the April 2022, this bridge was collapsed. Why actually there is an investigation done and it is come to the opinion that poor construction material was used in the construction and the cable stand that were used actually was also loose, and that is why it has collapsed. Some repairs were done actually and they started constructing again, but in the June 2023 same bridge that was collapsed earlier collapsed again. And why this has collapsed? This is a recent data. According to the IIT Roorkee, actually, that there was a defect in the design of the bridge itself. That is why it has collapsed. So this is one example of actually misuse of the public fund. If you are observing the newspaper, you come across many example. UP fraud, marriage fraud case we have seen. If you remember, UP marriage fraud. Government is giving 50,000 rupees actually for the couple so that the poor people get married and be happy. Though many people say happy marriage will not happen, many people okay, but somehow with the good intention. But here some people, they are not even getting married only, they are garlanding themselves and try to make the money. That is a misuse of public fund. I've told you to consider this video, or you might have watched it actually. Did you understand what is misutilization of public fund? Now what is underutilization? Observe this image. This is an example for underutilization. Observe this image. So you see that the average utilization of the states, the Poshan Abhiyan and the Poshan Yojana that is given to the states actually, so that the nutritional level of the children will improve. Average utilization 30% only. That means out of the total money that is allocated, average states have used only 30%. And they've sent back the remaining money back to the government. And you can see the more lighter the color is actually less utilization. The state like Karnataka has utilized only less than 1%. Kerala actually close to 8 point, actually are 9%. Tamil Nadu 33, Meghalaya actually 48, and Bihar 55%. Punjab has used less than 1%. This is called underutilization. Can you guess the reason why underutilization may happen? Why some states are not using and sending that money back? Why it might happen? And why misutilization may happen? Okay, there may not be need only. Okay, according to Raghav. Lack of skill to use it effectively. Yes, that can be the reason. Central political power is different compared to the state. Yes, that is the reason. Yes, friends. So the public fund has to be utilized well. The government funds, if they are utilized well, actually, so that diverse section of society will get education, they will get skill, health, and everything, so that we can achieve the India's dream known as inclusive growth. It is a growth which include all the diverse section of society. But unfortunately, there are two issues that we are facing. One is misutilization and underutilization. But the first reason why it happens, the issues associated with utilization are the reasons for actually misuse and the misuse and abuse actually are the misuse and underutilization. Please go through this and see is it making any sense to you? Can you able to decode and understand the reason? They may sell for personal benefit. They did not study about it actually. Okay. Oh, understood. All super. I will explain, but I just want you to go through this and guess what it might be first. Others, please respond. I will explain, Mahima. I just want you to go through. Okay, now listen to me. Listen, I will explain each point. First thing, if any public funds has to be utilized properly, the planning should be done. If you want to execute the timetable, and many people say timetable is made well actually, but it is not. I'm not able to follow my timetable, sir. Problem with making the timetable only. Sometimes policy we don't implement in the way, or it will not give the result in the way, because there is a problem with the planning itself. For example, there were 100 families are there, but only 30 families were having the toilets, and we thought that 70 toilet has to construct. Okay, now we will construct the toilets to the 70 families or something. Now 100 families also have the toilet, and we think that okay, finally goal is achieved, ODF, open defecation free. But you have made sure that they have actually toilets are there, but water connection is there. Whether we have created a culture of using the toilet, and but they still may feel convenient and comfortable going there only. Then if there is no proper planning, without understanding the realities of the people, even though plan is very good, it may not be able to implement well. But we are not considering the realities of the people. Second one, if there is any funds and if that has to be utilized properly, and even to utilize, we need a sufficient staff. For example, I'm a government school teacher. Imagine, I know, if imagine I'm a government school teacher, there are funds are available so that I can take the students to a theater and show some movies. show. I can take them to the theater. I can take them to the tour to some particular places and show them. I can take them to the some agricultural land. We can take them to the industrial visits. So there are funds are allocated actually in a school for all of this actually in generally, so that you can spend some money for taking the students to the tour, theater, agricultural land and everything. But for a 1 to 7th class classes are there and only I am the teacher. And suppose we take them to a theater, it's not so easy. First I need to prepare the detailed plan, when I, whom I'm taking, when I'm taking, why I'm choosing that movie, only every details we need to take appropriate permission. And even the tour actually, of course, it's managing the people outside that area is so complicated actually. But there are no staffs, then the funds cannot be utilized. The political rivalry, for example, central government and the state government actually, central government and the state government. Suppose now central government has come up with digital India, make in India, beti bachao, beti padhao, so many schemes. Now the state government, I am coming from a different party, if I implement all of this, credit will go to the Modi. We should not do that. So this tussle actually between this, or for example, they are allocating more funds to the central government, suppose allocating more funds to the state, in which they have a more vote bank, and giving very less funds to the states actually, which are not, though they are in need, you are not giving to them because they are not your vote banks. Or the state governments may not be implementing well if the funds are allocated to the central projects, central government projects. This political rivalry is also the problem. March rush. Many of the works are completed in the last month. Many works actually completed. They complete the many works actually in the last few months. What does it mean? Suppose as the engineers or the graduates, you have a syllabus that you have to study throughout 1 year. So that you will understand, have a debate, discussion, everything. But most of the aspirants or the graduates, what do? They study in the last 10 days and they get 70%, 80%, 90% also. But is it really they have understood? Not necessarily. Even of course, we used to do that in the graduation study only in the last few days. But is it right? No, not necessarily. In the same way, there is a funds allocated that you have to use it throughout the year. For example, there is a fund called Nirbhaya Fund. Nirbhaya Fund is a fund that is given to the states and union territories so that they can create a safe environment to the women. You can establish CCTV cameras in the sensitive areas. You can go to the schools and colleges, actually give awareness about the self-defense. All those things can be given. You can establish some centers where women in a distress can come and spend that time here. But all this has to be done throughout the year. You are keeping quiet actually throughout the year. Suddenly December comes and wake up actually, array January, New Year, let us we start doing that. Then the funds may be utilized, but they may not be utilized in the right way. So that is called March rush. If any funds to be utilized, we need a proper coordination from the central government to state government to local government, from civil servants and the politicians, from higher authority, lower authority, male or female. We need all this coordination, and many times this coordination is missing. And poor accountability measures. In accountability, we discussed, if I'm a subordinate, if you are expecting accountability from me, there are so many requirements you have to follow. You have to monitor, well, give me the right task and everything. But many times those monitor is not being done. And that's why corruption will continue to happen. The crisis of ethical values, lack of ethical values. The public servants should come to the public service to serve the people. But if they are coming with money, they are maybe some public servants actually, at least in some state public service commission, we see corruption happening. They pay the money so that they will earn more money. And you are coming to earn the money, respect, recognition, dominate other people. And you are not really concerned for the people's welfare. That is called crisis of ethical values. And with respect to the public fund, many common people, how these funds are being misused actually, or how to use well, many people do not have awareness. Those who have awareness, they may not have a concern. Those who have concern, they may not have a time. Those who have time, they may not participate. These are all the issues and the challenges that are associated with utilization of public fund. Go through this slide and see now any doubts that you are having. We'll take break after a few minutes. Two more slides related to the public fund only. We'll complete this topic and then take a break. Just see if you have any doubt. Sir, sometimes politician may recommend some parties as a beneficiaries, even though those are not meeting the requirement. What should be the civil servant approach? See, there will be legal criteria. If you want to give any benefits to anybody in the government, there will be some legal criteria are there. And if they are giving within that legal criteria, then we can't help. But if it is violating the legal criteria, you can always question that. You have a right to question if they are violating the law of the land. But they are also intelligent. No, they will make sure that they will give within the legal framework only. You can go to the judiciary if you feel there is a real issue after talking to your higher authorities. Sir, why don't people support and give power to IAS, IPS, IRS officer who stand in the politics? Because people want democracy, and even the politician need to know actually how to convince the people that they can actually do the development. Many of these IAS officer, IPS, they are not able to convince the people, create a trust that they can become their leaders. So that's why. If you want to clear IAS, like if I want to clear IAS, I need to win over myself. But if I want to become politician, I need to win over the 1 lakh people. So winning the 1 lakh people is much more definitely difficult than winning one person. Yes, sir. First, let us complete. Okay. Sir, please explain political rivalry. How central government funds misutilized by state government. So, if not misuse, actually, Sai Krishna, suppose I am from a state government, many times I don't have incentives to use only. We may send back that money. Like suppose if we implement the main schemes of central government, and if there is an improvement, central government claim and it will become vote bank to them. So some state government may side decided to keep it and send it back again by not utilizing. That lead to underutilization. Lack of coordination from political to civil servant or vice versa is also correct. Yes, vice versa is also correct. Please explain the seventh point again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The crisis of ethical values among the public servants. Whoever is coming to the public service should come for the public service. But if they have come to this actually only for earning the money, then they cannot do their duty properly, or they just want to enjoy the power, but they don't want to fulfill the responsibility. And when they don't have ethical values, that is actually the lack of ethical values or the crisis of ethical values. They're educated. Why don't people support? The people will choose to suffer from the uneducated politician rather than choosing the good educated one. Okay, that is their choice. Finally, they are making, and it's a democracy. And yes, the proper awareness should be given to the people. The last two slides before we go further. See this slide and see is it making any sense to you? I will answer Prashik. Just observe. Few more seconds. Okay, now listen to me. So Prashik says, sir, can we tell March rush is actually large number of people coming at one time? No, here actually it is not the people problem. We are doing most of the work that is related to the funds actually in few time, in the less time actually. If we allowed the services throughout 1 year, then they would have come earlier. We are serving only, or we are actually working only in the last 2 to 3 months. That is actually, it is respect to the person who is using that, using the public funds actually. They are not spending throughout year, they are spending in the last 2 to 3 months. That is March rush. Now what is the implication of this actually? That means what happens if there is a misutilization, underutilization? Imagine if there is a misutilization or underutilization of the public funds, what will happen? Quality of the work will come down. The dams are constructed but not in the right way. like we have seen. The public trust will come down, extremism will increase, because people fear extremism, like Naxalism. One of the main reason is lack of development of in that area. Why there is a lack of development? Lack of proper utilization of public fund. The people who want to invest in this country, and when they see that public funds are there, they are creating so much of infrastructure, they have a positive sentiments to invest in our country. And when there is a more and more investment come, jobs will come, investment on education, health increases, so we'll have a better national and international rankings, and we can see our goals actually much achieving much earlier. And we can achieve the India's dream called inclusive and sustainable development. If there is a, when actually happens, okay, now we'll coming back to this actually. If there is a misutilization, underutilization, what is going to happen? Let us we discuss that. So we combined both actually. Let us not to have confusion. You may have some confusion, so don't worry. So we'll have this. And see now, if it is a misutilization, underutilization, or corruption, quality of work will come down, public trust will come down, extremism will increases, investor sentiment, if it is not used properly, then they have a negative sentiment that they don't want to investment in this country where there is no proper infrastructure, everywhere there is corruption, so that we cannot achieve actually our national and international rankings, and we cannot achieve, or we will be very far away from achieving this inclusive and sustainable development. Now, if we write opposite, implementation, implication can also write opposite also. These are only keywords. Suppose I want to write for proper utilization. Now I will write actually, if there is a proper utilization, opposite will happen. Like for example, there will be a better quality of the work, public trust will improve, extremism will come down, sentimental investment will be positive, we can achieve the national and international rankings. If you have understood, based on the question, you can write what happens if we misuse, what happens if we properly use. Both are correct. Understood, Chai Krishna? You can create for proper utilization also, miss or underutilization also. Last slide, before we take the break actually. So what are the steps that we need to take actually, so that we'll make sure that there is a proper utilization of public fund? One is steps T and A, and hope you know this by time. That is transparency and accountability. Investors are those people who want to invest in our country. It may be the Indian investors like the Ambanis and Adanis, or the foreign investors who want to come and invest actually in our country. So transparency and accountability, and you have to explain in detail when there is a question like this. And whenever we are giving funds to them, we need to make sure that they are competent. Competent means they should have enough knowledge and skills to use that money. And the fund should be utilized for the same purpose it is allocated actually. You should not be allowed to use it for the different purposes. Now suppose some port has to be constructed, some road to be constructed, some airport to be constructed, we call for a tender so that suppliers can understand, they can apply. But we should have a tough competition, so that we'll give wider publicity to the tender, so that the best and best people apply for that. So then we will give the contract to person whoever is the best. Suppose we want to construct some food canteen where we'll provide the food to the people at affordable cost. So then the tender is called, some 4 or 5 companies will know, and only they will apply. No, give wider publicity so that the best and best companies will apply, and among them we will conduct appropriate test actually and give it to those people. Track record will check and give it to the people only who are eligible. We take feedback from the people actually. Like for example, we are spending the public money on government hospital. We take feedback every patient when they are coming with the different methods, like maybe through WhatsApp, or actually there is a helpline number, or there will be one room where they will go and actually press one button, like my name is Muniappa, coming from actually Rampura, and actually I come to the hospital. Actually, this is my opinion. I came at 9 o'clock, doctor came at 11 o'clock, and many tests were actually not conducted here. They want me to conduct outside. And one doctor told me to meet her actually in the clinic. She is not giving treatment here, but in the clinic she is giving. So whatever, they should have an ability to express in a closed room actually, where the other people cannot see this or watch. And it will be recorded. You can find out. So feedback. And we need to give awareness to the common people about how much government is spending on for each of these product, and what are the different officials responsibilities. And social audit also will reduces the corruption. How? We have already seen. These are some of the steps that we have to take to utilize the public fund well. Now, after utilizing the public fund, we have to give service actually. Finally, what is this quality of service delivery? We will understand when we take the break now and when we come back after the break. Let's we take a break and come back. So it's a break time. Go through this, and if you have any doubt, I will discuss with you. Class starts at 8:30 a.m. So, hi friends. So, welcome to you all for the class of Ethics, Integrity, and Aptitude after a small break. So, Divya Nandini, you are joining now. May I know why there is a delay of 1.5 hours, and how do you manage the remaining topics that we have completed? Do you watch the videos, recorded videos? Yes, friends. Any other doubts before we move ahead into the next topic, which is once again related topic? If we understood whatever we discussed earlier, it will become easier. So, are you all here? Did you back from the break? What actions can be taken by the government if the funds are misutilized? If somebody identifies that there is a misuse, and if somebody files a complaint against it, if somebody exposes it actually, then the investigation will happen. And if it is found out that it was intentionally misused and they misuse it for their own benefit, for self benefit or something, then appropriate legal action will be taken on them, like including suspension. Okay, if you have backed actually from the break, now tell me what are the different services that government provides to us? What services that government provides to the common people? Like one example, there is no particular act that talks about misutilization. It is a concept, Sai Krishna, about the public fund. Okay, yes, government provides us health, government provides education, law and order, justice under that, sanitation, defense, drinking water, drinking, irrigation purpose, etc. Electricity, that is electricity. So, security. Okay. So, education, health, skill, actually, we can add few more points. Like this, employment opportunities, correct. All these are the services government is providing. There is no doubt government is providing the services actually, and because of this, many poor people are able to actually get education, health, and everything. They are able to find some jobs, actually work, earn money, and we are able to live with a peace and harmony. If we are able to live peace and harmony, that is thanks to this actually. But sometimes we see that we face problems actually. Like when we go to the government hospital, we are not sure whether we'll come back alive or not. Some people may have these issues. So many people go to the government hospital, and because they have no other option, they are not affordable to the private hospital. Without any other option, sometimes they face sometimes train journey you may do, but you may feel very uncomfortable. You may go to the government hospital, you may not get the better services that you want to get. You may go to the to get permission for the electricity connection or something, or water, drinking water, but you may have to wait for a longer time. In order to solve this problem, now already we are doing good actually, there is no doubt, but in order to improve it better, so that especially the weaker section of society get better services, we need to take some steps, and that we are going to discuss. What steps actually? Once again, some of these topics are part of the GS paper too, but it is also you should know here, so we will be discussing it actually. Now, if any question on the service delivery, try to remember these keywords. I want you to have a look at this keyword so that you create answer for any question. We don't know which question will come on quality of service delivery, but if you know this keyword, you can create it. Just observe this keyword. Just observe this. Yes, I will explain that, Shalu. Okay, good. So you have gone through. Now, before I go, one question is there. So one question says, sir, if a person who has a knowledge but asking, I think, money for unethical work like tobacco, then how I explain that, bring the how to explain that person and to bring to the right path. I hope that my no, I have understood question clearly. So if person has sufficient knowledge and still asking for according to you unethical for smoking, actually, how to convince that person that it is wrong and bring the right path actually. First thing, smoking is not unethical. That is a choice of the individual. Now, if that person is asking money for the smoking, actually, like tobacco or like cigarette or something, it is just whether you have money or not, whether you want to give it or not. Actually, you have money, you give it, or you have money but you don't want to give it to smoking and alcohol. Tell that clearly. Don't try to bring the changes in them. Let them decide what they want to do if they are 18 plus. If it they're less than 18 and you are one of the guardian, then you have to bring some changes by giving counseling and all. If they're 18 plus and if they want to do that, it is their choice. Any unethical work actually. But if you feel that is they are asking for a money for which is cause harm to the other people actually, then you just completely deny it. Sorry bro, I cannot give you, I respect you, but I have money but I don't want to give it to you, and nobody can force you. No, don't explain them because they can't understand. See, after 18 plus, anybody, unless they are ready to listen, they can't change. So in this particular case, don't lecture them about right and wrong because they may not understand it unless they are ready to listen from you. So just deny the money. Coming back to this, so service delivery. Now the education, health, that whatever that you are discussing, they are very important to achieve the inclusive growth. And you know what is inclusive growth. Now, yeah, in order to improve service delivery, what we should do, we need to bring transparency, accountability, citizen charter, grievance redressal mechanism. All this we have discussed. We need to make sure that the way of getting the services is as easy as possible. For example, we have something called as Bengaluru one, Bangalore one, or Bengaluru one. Here, these are the centers are established where most services about government available at one place. I want to pay electricity bill, water bill, apply for Aadhaar card, ration card, voter ID. Many services available at one place. I no need to go to the different places where they will also put up the information. And if you ask them, they will tell what information, how to get it, how the process, everything actually. Most almost possible services, that is called making the services, the process of getting the service is as easy as possible. And there should be an information centers also. We need to take the feedback from the common people. And there are, if you want to really take the feedback, there's always be an option. You can take feedback from the patients who are coming to government hospital. You can take feedback from the parents about the school. You can take the feedback from the common farmers about the veterinary hospital which is there. So, and compare their expectation. And they'll, okay, now this is there, what are the improvements that you want, we'll compare their expectation. And keeping our resources in the mind, we'll compare with our performances and try to match their expectation if possible. Now every time we will also ask, actually take the feedback from you. And of course we may be very you have so much of expectation, we may be here, we slowly try actually and catch up with you. And there should be a continuous improvement. In one day we cannot improve. Slowly and gradually, by taking the feedback, we need to improve. For that, we have to give training to the employees so that every government employee should have the sufficient knowledge about the job they are doing and the skills, and very important, they have a willingness and empathy. Now these topics looks like we are going fast because the terms are the background that we required is already we have laid the foundation. It is just building that actually. Foundation takes some time. Now you know these words actually, T and A, citizen charter, include, oh, that is why we laid the foundation, and we are just building on that. Are we clear about this slide? And if you have any word doubt, you can ask. Okay, Vanshika wants to know what is T and A. How should I answer this question? So, if you would have attended all the classes by this time, you should be knowing what is T&A. But still I will answer this. T means transparency, A means accountability. We have been discussing this topic from yesterday. Okay, thank you for others for responding. Hope, Anshika, you got it. And what are they that we have discussed earlier? Thank you. Citizen charter include both the duty of the public servants and the rights of citizen. Yes, Shalu, you are right. Duty of the public servants and the rights of citizens. Correct. There should be a periodical monitoring also in order to deliver the quality of service delivery. Yes, you can also include few more points, like as you rightly suggested. This is just one slide because there are few more are there. Now look at this. This is one flowchart you can create or a diagram you can create just by improving the quality of service delivery. Some points are there. Just see, is it making any sense to you? So we need to take car for service delivery. Here car just for your representation actually. Here C4 ER. What is C4 is this C4 and ER. So what are the things that is required to improve the service delivery? We presented in this format, that's all. If the question demands, you can use it. Now what is the meaning of this? Every government employee who is providing the services should have necessary knowledge and skill to do the duty. That is called competence. And when patients comes to the actually doctor, just give, take this medicine 3 times a day. Oh, that is not. Madam, Shardamma Garu, these are the reason that you got this fever. And next time, in order to prevent this, these are the steps you have to follow. Hope our treatment was good to you. Thank you for your cooperation, madam. And we should not say keep coming again with a doctor. Take care of your health issues. And if any problems, please come to us. So courtesy, you should talk to them with actually respect and politeness that we call courtesy. If we go to the government hospital, they should feel that yes, it is a safe and they provide the quality of services. We go to the food canteens provided by government, we should feel that they are qualitative. That's called credibility. When we speak to them, we should speak in the language that they know. We should understand them from their perspective. That is called communication. You just go there and speak in English, and that may not, they may not understand. So, and when we are giving services to the people, location and the time of services should be according to the convenience of the local people. Suppose sometimes government gives subsidized food grains, support groundnuts. In order to sow the seeds of groundnuts, government will give groundnuts at subsidized price. Suppose there is one village here, 250 families are there here, and there is a 8 kilometer road from this village, and there is a town here actually. They have to come and they have to get a subsidized food grains for every 250 families should come here and they should go back here. Now what we can do, one day that some three employees along with their vehicle, the three employees actually can go to that village and stay in that village. Announcement is made, we have got a subsidized food grains, or they have to register with a mobile or something, so that we'll go and give it. Rather than 250 families coming to the town, three people can easily go to them. So wherever possible and feasible, the location and the time of service should be according to the convenience of the people who are using it. Every government employee should have the readiness and willingness to help. This is called responsiveness. So these are the qualities required to improve the service delivery, and this should be inculcated by you as an higher authority to your other employees in the organization. Any doubt about this slide? These are all and knowledge based topics, that's all. So you just to just understand and remember. Clear, thank you. Third point, Shalu wants to know third point. Third point is about create credibility. That means if common people are getting the services from the government, they should know that the quality is very good and it is also a safe. Same as I said, government hospital, if we are going, they also give us a good treatment and it is safe. There is no problem. That credibility we need to create it. Previous slide, fourth point. Now you want to know the previous slide, fourth point. See, now tell me what is the problem in the fourth point of the previous slide. Are you talking about that feedback statement? Compare. So we need to compare. That means we will take the feedback from them and we see their expectation actually, and like they will give actually their expectation, and we need to compare what are the common people's expectations and what is our performance. Are they matching or not? And in order to match with their expectation, we should continuously improve. That is the meaning. Okay, Himanshu. Okay. So no problem. You are actually get it out. You can ask actually. Hope this is also clear to you. Reaching the people's expectation or not comparison. We need to compare what they're expecting and what is our performance and see the differences. Okay, Sai Krishna. And when we see that there is so much of difference, like I will take the feedback from you. Tell me what is the good teaching methodologies and everything. You will give so many points. Then I will tell what is I am comparing these two. When we say compare means they both should not be same. I am comparing what students are expecting, where is actually our performance and what is their expectation. We slowly gradually match them. Yes, standard versus actual. Okay. Now, can you try to answer these questions? Just think about it. Yes, Sai Krishna. Yeah, one example is MyGov. Madhu is correct. Shali says use of ICT in governance. Yes, you are correct. Super. So let us we try to understand them. It's when we say what is e-governance, we need to know example, what are the advantages here, what are the challenges that we are facing, what are the ethical issues that it's facing, what are the problems that we may come across when we start implementing the e-governance, that we need to discuss. Uh, yes, super. What is ethical hacking? Though it is not related to our subject because the word ethics is there, we'll discuss it. See, normally hacking means we are getting access to the, in simple words, other computers, maybe to by knowing their password or something, to get to watch what is there in their computer, or to get their bank account details, to get the transfers and so many other things. Actually we are getting access to the others computers. That generally happens in hacking. But when the same hacking done for the right purposes, suppose some terrorists are there and they are using this actually, but by hacking and getting their access about the terrorist computers, laptops and everything, we can prevent terrorist activities. So you are using your knowledge of hacking, that is getting entry into the others devices actually, without the proper permissions or something, that's hacking. And if you use it for a right purpose, that becomes ethical hacking. Cyber security is one example of that. Correct. Now we'll back to this. See this definition, they are very straightforward. Observe this. Verification of documents. Just go through. If you don't understand, fine. Anyhow, I'm here to explain. Documents. Okay, now listen to me. What is e-governance? E-governance is use of ICT. ICT means information and communication technology in the service delivery, so that to give service or deliveries in exchange of information, giving information, receiving the information, like RTA online is an example of exchange information. Service delivery, like for example, we are giving any of these services here actually. Yeah, Sakala, we are giving services to the people with the help of internet and communication technology. And monetary transaction, like yesterday, if you want to pay RTA online, you need to give 10 rupees actually, that you can do transaction with online only. So we are using this online in simple internet actually for providing services, exchange of information, transaction. It is called e-governance. One example is Arogya Setu. During COVID times, we are forced to use this app called Arogya Setu, which will actually, suppose we are here, it will tell from how far away from the other person who is either got vaccinated or one who is affected by corona or something. Some essential services will get. Sakala of the Karnataka government providing the guarantee of services. There is NMMS, National Mobile Monitoring System. National Mobile Monitoring System. Now, what happens earlier in MG Narega, National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So normally the work should be done by human beings. So because so that they provide employment opportunities and everything. Sometimes it is being done by JCBs, and like JCB can do some work, and suppose in 1,000 rupees we can do. But the same work to be done by human beings, it may be taking 2,000, 3,000. Now they say that okay, the work is done by JCBs, and they claim the human beings, that they have worked 10 people and they were earning money, are getting the money. So now in order to reduce that, there was an MMS actually. First thing, now for example, what is today's MG Narega task is we are planting the trees here, mango plantation. Now at 9:30 I have come here. The photo we will take exact, the moment we take the photo, it is uploaded and we upload it. The exact location is there, and at what time we have posted, everything is registered. And all those people who are working on that day, they should take biometric. At 9:30 there is actually, what is the situation, I don't know, for what is the situation of that particular place. And 10:30, 11:30, once in a 1 hour, 2 hours, we are updating that place, so that to make sure the work is being happening, the photos, videos are keep on uploading, so that it brings more transparency and reduces the chances of corruption. National Mobile Monitoring System. And DigiLocker actually, where you can store, share, and verification of documents, all your personal documents. Once you can register with that, actually DigiLocker. Now you want to share it with other people. You may not necessary to carry this actually every time. You need to share with the help of DigiLocker, and there is a direct benefit transfer. Suppose earlier when MG Narega we give the money to one person, a leader, and this person has to distribute. Now actually your one day salary is 250 rupees. I may be taking some commission of 30 rupees per day and giving only 220 rupees. Now directly the amount will go to the beneficiary account. These are the few examples of this. Sai Krishna want to know what is JCB. Please go to Google and type JCB. You will get a image and explanation also. Thank you. Okay, e-governance and examples of it. Now observe these positive points and see is it making any sense to you. Did you try, Sai Krishna? Try no once. Try. Okay, done. Now listen to this. So if there is a e-governance, what are the positives that we are having? So first thing, we can share so much of information to the people through the government actually website. That is, we are bringing the transparency. It is easy and convenient. For example, I can sit in office and in my whole district actually how many employees MG Narega they are working today, what are the works are happening. In one screen I will get data. You no need to call everybody. Actually, the moment they uploaded, actually at 10 o'clock in the morning, I have a data in my whole district today, how many people are working in MG Narega, how many are male, how many are female, and what are all the different works. So I have a better data. So it is very easy and convenient method. In less time, we are getting huge information. I no need to go to that place. There may not be road connectivity. As long as internet connectivity is there, I can see whether the things are happening well or not. It reduces geographical barrier also. And because everything is being monitored, and it also decreases corruption. Like Sakala. Earlier, if suppose some certificate has to be given, we may be taking the money actually. Now what happens? You like within 7 days, you have to do it. There is no other option for you. So it will reduces corruption. What is geographical barrier? Suppose I'm in a town, I want to go to a village. It is too far, one barrier, and there's so many hilly areas, another barrier. There is no road connectivity, another barrier. Or these geographical conditions are stopping me from getting the services. I want to see in one village, for example, I'm an officer here in the town. Actually, my district office here 100 kilometers from here, there was a village actually. Now I wanted to cross check whether MG Narega is working now properly or not. Actually, earlier this was an issue, but problem is 100 kilometer, this is the distance is problem, and many hilly areas are there, another barrier. No road connectivity is not proper, the barrier. Now you have internet, they have an internet, they will share the photos, details, everything, I can get the data. That is geographical barrier and overcoming it. Anshu, now all the points are clear to you? User phone pay BM is a part of ICT only. If government is using phone pay and beam to give services or they take the services, then like in government electricity bill, you are paying through the phone pay and Paytm. No, that is also e-governance only. Yes, Sai Krishna, you are right. But there are some challenges are there, some ethical issues are there. Look at this and see, is it do you able to understand? Yes, I will explain, Sai Krishna. Now see this slide. Okay, done. Now again, before I come, Sai Krishna want to know, sir, transparency and website, please explain this concept. Now what is transparency, Sai Krishna, tell me? What is transparency? See, there are two chitturis are there actually. So I'll take absence of secrecy. So how to achieve the absence of secrecy? So Chitturi. So how to achieve the absence of secrecy? By sharing information. So with website, can we share the information? And that is based on the internet. And your answer is done. Got it? Fine. So, but there are some challenges are there. You see that compared to, with age actually, youth are there today, they can easily get access to internet, website and everything. But there are many people who are 50 plus actually, they can't even understand. They may have a smartphone, they, no green button, red button actually when the phone comes actually, they may use it, but other things for complicated for them. Age barrier is there. With respect to place, again, for those people in a urban area, comparatively it is easier to access these services which are there, but for a far of the places it is bit difficult. And for rich people and comparatively the poor people, this internet access, some variations are there. comparatively, these all this information communication technology is bit more advantageous to the people who are in English speaking, urban and rich people. Most of the data in internet is available in English. Even suppose if it is available in regional language like Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, Hindi or something. Suppose in Kannada, sometimes Kannada is more complicated than English. You can understand English only so easily than the regional language actually. So it is bit more advantageous to them. That is called digital divide. There is gap between how youth can use it and old age people can use it. How people who know English and the people who do not know English actually use it. There is some differences. And what happens actually now, we need to decide who is BPL. Normally, we should go talk to them and see their conditions and all. Then we decide who is BPL. Now, as a part of e-governance, will many states tried this. Anybody who has a four-wheeler in there actually, they have the four-wheeler. That means you have a car. Then you are not coming under BPL. Done. That person car may be some old car that person is having actually registered his as a parental ancestral gift that he may be keeping. Other than that, no other asset may be there. If you have two-wheeler, then you are not coming under BPL. You have an agricultural land of more than 2 acres actually, and then you are not coming under that. All those things actually which are there in the document actually, and the ground realities may be different. That's what in e-governance, what do we do? If construction of toilet, upload the photo. 100 family, 100 toilet constructed, ODF is done. Okay, according to e-governance, it is ODF. But are they really using the toilet? We monitor how many FIRs are filed in this each police station. There is one police station called Sompura, and there is no single FIR is filed. So automatically it says that there is no FIR filed, means most peaceful area Sompura. But ground realities may be different. Just because they have not filed FIR, that doesn't mean that actually there is no problem. They may not aware. There may be some threat, fear is created. So ground realities may be different. Sometimes mission error will come. Suppose I'm working under this MJ Narega, National Mobile Monitoring System is there. I put biometric, started working. And after 1 week, actually, I worked for last 6 days. I got wage of only 5 days. But why? One day it was not registered biometric properly. Now other person cannot correct it, then I lose money. One day I've worked so hard and I'm not getting salary. And sometimes we are encouraging people to use phone for your online transaction and all. They get a call. We are calling from other department. They will say other department, and your bank account you have received 10,000 rupees. For that we are sending one OTP. Tell OTP and money gone. So sometimes our personal information may be leaked, which may lead to the loss of money. So these are all the challenges that we are facing in the process of e-governance. So what is the solution? We should go to the e-governance. There is no doubt. Slow and gradual transition should be there actually. But most of the data we should also verify with the ground realities. By empowering, improving the literacy, improving the security, we should move towards the e-governance. Slow and steady growth should be there. That is how we can deal with e-governance. Same topic also will be discussed by your next subject, e-governance. But for ethics, this is sufficient. Are we clear? No voice. Shalu, others are getting the voice because they are responding. Please check your internet connectivity. Another factual mod information. Please see this. You already seen this, Anshu. This is all like a value addition. You should know about it. So what is this? There is something called Sevottam model. Seva Uttama. Uttama means good. Seva means service. So it is a good service delivery. How to do that? So there is a second Administrative Reforms Commission has given some suggestion. It has three components. One is citizen charter. You know what is citizen charter? It should be realistic. We are telling that it will be done in 3 days, but we are taking 7 days. No, whatever is possible, give the real promises to them. And once somebody is sitting in the AC room and should not decide, talk to the common people, talk to the employees, see the resources, and then decide. That is formed through the consultation. And with respect to public service delivery, if any complaint come, and we should be able to address it properly. That is called grievance redressal mechanism. We should take the feedback from them, adopt the technology, and should have a good management and improve this actually upgradation. These are all the suggestion, and you see that if we really implement it, it works. Please tell Sevottam model. That is only I'm telling Miss Shalu madam. So Sevottam means Seva plus Uttama. That is actually better service delivery, and this is given by recommendation second ARC, and these are the three components that is created under this, and it has 7 steps to achieve it. What is the 7 steps? I will tell you. Done with the first three components. Now, don't need to write down once again. As first, very simple actually. Now, every government department, with the help of the citizen charter, should define the services. First, what are the services we are providing? Birth certificate will provide, death certificate, marriage certificate, that this everything tell, and set standard. In how many days you will provide? Like here, what services? How many days it takes? In how many days? Next, actually, see whether we have enough resources. Do we have capability to do that? We told that no matter how many people apply for birth certificate, and we will do it in 3 days. But do we have enough capability? Do we have enough human resources? Do we have enough technical resources? Check the capability and ensure that there is sufficient capability, and perform. Let start working and providing the birth certificate in 3 days, and monitor whether we are able to do it or not. So somebody is there to monitor, and we will evaluate once in a 3 months, 6 months, and all. 3 days we have promised, we are giving it 2 days only. That's good. So with 3 days, but many of the cases we are not able to provide it. Let us we make it into 4 days. So evaluate it, and once again taking the feedback from the people, improve it continuously. Same thing that we discussed, they are all explaining in a different way, but you should aware. First, tell what services you provide, how many days it will be provided. Make sure you have enough technical and financial resources, and do the work as you promised. And somebody has to monitor, somebody will evaluate, and will improve continuously. That point we have given in these forms. Clear? Define the services, set standard, develop capability, perform. It is same point as we discussed, so I'm going ahead, but still if you have a doubt, you can ask. Once you set a standard, start working according to that and monitor it. We'll evaluate by an independent people whether the things are happening well or not. Conduct social audit. Take the feedback from the social audit. Do appropriate changes and improve it. This is the suggestion given by second ARC to improve the quality of services. Are we clear? Previous slide, please. Okay, this is the previous slide, Shweta. Done? Thank you. This is also done. Now we are in the important topic. Now listen to this actually. How to strengthen the ethical values in the governance. If there is any question like this, you should start from the day one, that is on Monday. like transparency, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, inclusive growth, sustainable development, citizen charter, all are the answer which are trying to bring the ethical values in the governance. In simple, actually, from the day one when we started explaining them what is right and wrong, inculcating some values, and then all are the steps. Some more value addition which might have somewhere missed actually, or if you want to write in a simple words, if for a 10 marks question, how to strengthen the ethical values in the governance, for that we are discussing. First thing, we need to make sure that actually every public servant who is joining the service should have a love for the nation. Now tell me, if I express actually to somebody that I love you, what does it mean? What I am trying to tell her or him? When we express actually, I love you to a person, what does it mean according to you? Try, just see. Or when we say we love according to Mahima, it is means liking them. Is liking and love are same? Okay, any other definition? Just try. This is a question. You might have used this word love, but what is love? If there is a love, then there is a sacrifice. Respecting and accepting the person. It is affection. Doing the selfless action. Expressing the emotion we have. Fully sacrifice. Okay. Yes, friends. Thank you for your participation. Accept her. And sacrifice make the greediness away. Okay, now listen to me. Yes, as you rightly said, there are different meanings to the love. Actually, I am not denying it is a subjective. One meaning actually, when we say I love you to a person, actually, that I want to bring a positive changes in my life. Actually, through my words, through my behavior, through my action, I want to have a positive impact in your life. I want you to be happy. Now, many times, what happens if I want to make other person happy? One criteria that is required to me. Just think, if I want to make other person happy, I should know about her actually. If something, suppose going to a movie makes me happy, that may not makes her happy. Earning money makes me happy, suppose that may not make her happy. Going to a Goa makes me happy, that may not make her happy. If I want to make her happy, I want to know about her. In the same way, we as a public servant should have a love for the nation. But if you want, what is the meaning of love? That means we want to bring positive changes in our country. If we want to bring positive changes in our country, how to know? But first, I should know about India. That is the reason why you have a syllabus called as geography, economy, environment, and etc. etc. All are there actually. So when you are clearing this examination, prelims and mains, you are showing that you have understanding about India. If you want to help actually India, you should know India, only then you actually, and that is your love. So that is why the why actually these questions are asked, to make sure that you really understand India. So that is, we need to select the people who have a love for the nation. And one way of showing your love is understanding. At least if I know what she want, I can make her happy. Without knowing her, actually I cannot do. Then of course making her happy is separate, but first I should know, and that is being tested through this examination. Okay. Now, every public servant should know the values that they have to follow once they are into the public services. Like, for example, they should know what is empathy, what is compassion, what is tolerance, and other values that we discussed. Actually, they should be aware of it. The laws and regulations should be created in such a way that it punishes corrupt people while it protects honest officials. It protects honest officials. So laws and regulations should be created in such a way that it actually punishes the corrupt people and it protects the honest people. So sometimes, suppose there may be false complaint filed on this person, but this person should not be punished. Suppose there is a person who is doing so much of corruption, but from last 10 years earned crores of rupees, but he did not get punishment. that discourages ethical people. So we need to cross check and make sure that the laws and regulations are in such a way it is punishing the corrupt people and protecting the honest people. So those people, now you as a civil service aspirant, you study theory, what is ethics. But in the real life, it may not work the same way. That is why once those people who the aspirants, when the aspirants join the services, aspirants join the services, different services actually, then the general guidance is available from whom? From experienced people. If experienced and correct people, then that create a problem. Experience and the ethical people, they should guide you. For example, imagine when you go there as a part of your training, or after the training you have an opportunity to interact with people like Ashok Kemka, PB Salim, Rohini Sinduri, D Rupa, all these people that we studied actually, and they will guide you and everything. So that will also improve the ethical values. We have few more points, but are these 4 points are clear to you? Thank you, Sai Krishna. Whatever one has positive or negative, but to accept it. Acceptance is not so easy, man. And those who try to expose the wrong things, they are called as the whistleblowers. Yesterday we discussed whistleblowers. So for them, we need to give a protection to them. Adequate protection should be given to them. The decision making process should be transparent. If there is any people who are have a misconduct, inappropriate behavior is there, there should be appropriate procedure to deal with this. There should be appropriate procedures to deal with the misconduct. Somebody is behaving in a bad way with his or her juniors, or with the seniors actually, or anybody. There should be a procedure where we deal with it. And we need to increase the people awareness about the people rights and public servants obligations. See this and write down these points and make sure that you are understanding it. So those who try to expose, they are called as whistleblowers. We need to protect them. How many classes are till remaining? Tomorrow is the last class, Anshu. For ethics, integrity, and aptitude, tomorrow is the last class. If you are tired, how many days I should see only this faculty? I got bored and irritated. You will get a freedom after tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow is the last class. You somebody want to prepare for prelims also, be sir, this is main topic. No, prelims is coming. No, don't worry. Still notification is yet to come. It will come, but you have sufficient time to focus. Thank you, Mahima, Rashida. And Anshu, I was just kidding actually. I know that you are attending these classes, you like these classes and everything. Sir, PPL awareness. Okay, you want this to be explained actually. So we need to increase the people awareness. What we need to increase actually, common people rights. What are the rights that they are having? Like when you go to a police station, what rights you have? When you go to a government hospital, what rights you are having? When you go to a revenue department, what rights? So we need to give awareness. At the same time, police, politicians are there, public officials are there. What are their obligation? What is the compulsory thing that they have to do? That information we should give it to them. Oh, people is a short form for people. Okay. Did you understand, Shweta? Okay, okay, understood. PPL means people. Okay. When the preliminary exam, it will be usually in the May month end actually, or the June first week every year. Either they made the already timetable is available, but every year it will be usually in the May month last week and the June first week. Notification will come in the month of February in generally. Okay, are you sure about 20? Okay, 26th May it is this year it seems. Procedure is already there to deal with misconduct. That's what we are suggesting them. There should be appropriate procedure, but still it may not be followed. That means it is in execution. Still, many people are uh, not getting that benefit. So that's why there should be an appropriate procedures. Yes, Madhur, tomorrow is the last class. Yes, you are right. You didn't ask the question. Okay, Shweta, that's fine. Some miscommunication may be there. Okay. Thank you, Anshika. Sir, I have not completed the syllabus. Can I go for this May month attempt? So, Sai Krishna, all the general doubts will be discussed tomorrow. So, tomorrow, after my class is over, actually, I will be here till the last person has a question. For whatever the question that you want to ask, you can ask, and actually, I'll be there. And whatever I know, I am very happy to show. We'll complete the syllabus and go ahead, okay? Um, I will answer. General questions will be discussed tomorrow. For another subject which has a marks like 50, 17, particular GS paper has a 24 lecturers, but GS 4 250 marks. Only 15 lectures are these enough. That also I'll discuss it tomorrow. Yes, yes. How to every year notifications or which website? Yeah, there is a website called UPSC, and so if you type UPSC in Google, you will go to upsc.gov.in. There you will find website for UPSC civil service examination. Usually every year notification is on February. Prelims is in either last week of May or the first week of June. Uh, there may be a chance to change the date. No, already dates are fixed and it will happen on the same day. Whether elections are there or not, UPSC will continue its duty. Now, please come to the last topic. Focus here. So now we come to this climax that is known as how to fill the form. Don't worry. When notification comes, we'll make a video in our actually our Byju's will make the video. Our institution, then you will understand. Focus and probity. No, general questions will be taken on tomorrow. Thank you for your questions. So probity in governance. The probity in Hindi is called as Satyanishta. What is Satyanishta means? Having higher ethical standards in governance. In simple, what is probity is actually whatever we're discussing from Monday till today, that is called as probity in governance actually. Like if you say transparency, accountability, everything. But what are the primary conditions to have the probities? There should not be a corruption. How to end corruption? That only we are discussing. And whatever the laws, rules, and regulations are there, it should be very practical. The laws are there and it should be implemented in an effective and fair implementation. These are the three primary conditions that is required to have the higher ethical standards in the governance. So there should not be corruption, and the laws, rules, regulation that you are making, it should be very practical, that every person should be able to understand and follow, and it should be implemented in the right way. If there is a law, it should be implemented and to be same for all the people. That is a fair implementation. So all the general question will be addressed tomorrow. Shalu, Rashida, Madhur, Himanshu. Now we will come to probity. Pragmatic means practical. It is practical means in such a way that it's easy to implement, easy to understand. Probe means investigation. Sai Krishna, probe is different from probity. Probe means investigation. Probity means not investigation. Probity means having higher ethical standard. Second point. Second point only I'm talking about. This is the second point. Pragmatic means being practical. Practical means easy to understand, easy to implement in this context. These are the three primary conditions to achieve the probity. And what are the characteristics of probity? Probity means in order to achieve higher ethical standards, the politicians and the officials should not involve in corruption. They should understand the society's expectation and they should fulfill. And whatever the resources that we are using it, we should be use it in the best possible way. Under utilization of public fund, we discussed. We discussed compassion, we discussed tolerance, we discussed dedication. All this is coming to an end actually. Now we have one case study actually, and we will discuss that and we'll end our journey for today. Tomorrow we'll left with two important topics that we'll be discussing. Now for today, we may take 5-10 minutes extra today because tomorrow after tomorrow anyhow I'll not talk to you. That means there'll not be classes actually. So please bear with me for extra 10 minutes. Is it fine? Shall we go ahead? Yes, thank you. So thank you for your participation. I will read this case study for you, okay? Rampura, a remote district inhabited by the tribal population, is marked by extreme backwardness, extreme poverty. Agriculture is the mainstay of the local population, though it is subsistence due to the very small land holdings. There is insignificant industrial or mining activity. Even the targeted welfare programs have inadequately benefited the tribal population. In this restrictive scenario, the youth has begun to migrate to other states to supplement the family income. If you want, please reread it again in your own words. Read it again. So we are talking about a district which is remote, away from the other places. Tribal population, backwardness, poverty. Subsistence agriculture means they are doing agriculture for the self consumption, no commercial agriculture. Almost no industries are mining. Pro welfare programs are also not reaching them. So there was migration is common. In this Rampura, is clear till now the situation of Rampura? See the second slide. Okay. So, what Rampura? Tribal dominated, poverty, backwardness, and not much mining activity, no agricultural commercial activities also. They migrate, especially minor girls actually they are there. They are going and working in the cotton industry, BT cotton industry, and the working conditions are not very good and the living conditions are also not good. It is causing health problems to the minor girls. This is a problem of this Rampura. Now I want you to read this on your own, understand the demand of the question, and think about it just for 2 minutes. You no need to write the answer. Just think about it, and I will answer after 2 minutes. just understand and then listen to me. Just do brainstorm. Okay, now listen to me. So already Rampura is facing so many problems, and the NGOs in this district also, the district of domicile, that means where this actually children were staying there, or in the cotton farms actually, they somehow compromised actually, they're not doing their duty properly, not addressing the issues that they're facing. Now, who am I here? I am the district collector of Rampura. I need to analyze the ethical issues. What is right? What is wrong here? What could have been correct actually? In simple, analyzing what is right actually, what is wrong. Most of the things when the case study is given here, wrongs will be there. What is wrong and why something is wrong? Writing down, that is known as ethical issues actually. And I should divide this into two parts actually. Now, in order to specifically improve the minor girls, what are the steps I have to take? And overall economic scenario, when I see overall economic scenario, okay, in this area, one is agriculture, commercial agriculture is not happening. How to improve agriculture? Industrial activity is not there. How to improve the industries? NGOs are not working well. How to do? Welfare programs are not working. So analyze every problem, you will find a solution. That's all. Now, how to come up with this actually ethical issues? Please listen to me, and I will definitely take all the doubts that you are having. Normally, we say that ethical issues means important topics, problems, debates, and all. For you to understand very simply what is wrong here or what is right here, analyzing what is right and wrong is known as an ethical issue. Now, how to see? If you remember the question, then it is easy. Now, listen to me. This Rampura is backward. If it is not very smart, that is fine. But even after the 75 years of Indian independence, if some area like Rampura is do not have basic things also, that clearly shows lack of political will and administrative skill. And it shows lack of proactive governance. They should not wait for the situation to become extreme. This is a backward area. We when and now the problem is in a crisis. Already the problem is there. The situation went into a crisis where they're in an extreme backwardness. But normally, how the government should be? It should have been proactive government actually. Think in advance and come up with some solution. India, we may not make every village into a Odandurai or Piplan tree, but we have sufficient condition today. We will make sure that we will create a situation where everybody can earn three times the food and a place to sleep. But here it shows lack of proactive governance. Now there is no industries. In the question it is given that there is a very insignificant industries are there. What it shows? That lack of sufficient condition to attract industries. We are not able to create a situation, or we are not able to do ease of doing business to attract the industries. That is what it shows. And many targeted welfare programs, whatever is given in the question, we are writing the answer. There are many programs are there which are targeting backward people, tribal people. So targeted welfare programs are given, welfare programs. But what is happening? They're not reaching. That shows non-performance of a duty by a public servant, and that is a form of corruption. And child labor is happening here, and this is against the law of the land and against the ethics. Some people are exploiting these child laborers. According to the Immanuel Kant category, it is wrong to use the human beings only as a means to achieve over end. But these people are using the human beings. We don't care for their future. Now they come actually work for more than 8 hours. They will give 30 rupees, 40 rupees and something, that is enough. It is against the Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. NGOs are not working here in Rampura. NGOs are considered to be the fifth pillar of Indian democracy after the fourth pillar media and the first three pillar legislature, executive, judiciary. but they should act as an extended hand of the government, and work as they play a very important part of the civil society and play an extended crucial role in the development of backward areas. Unfortunately, in this area only they are not working. If you observe this, every point that is given in the question or key point, we have created ethical issue, what should have been and what it is. This is known as ethical issue, analysis of case study, evaluations of the case study. Any doubt about this? Fifth and the last pillar is NGO. Why to have a last NGO, last pillar? We may have more pillars in the future, no? Now fifth pillar only. So it is so simple to write ethical issue if you know the question and our syllabus. Immanuel Kant, talisman, that this. Yes, we can create answer for the key points also. These are social problems mostly. Yes, that is being highlighted in the question, and that's why we are writing here. Now see, what are the specific steps that we can take to improve the minor girls? Go through this and see, is it making any sense to you? Okay, now Shalu wants to know, sir, lack of sufficient condition is an ethical issue. Yeah. What is the ethical issue here? You did not read the complete sentence, I think. There is a lack of sufficient condition to attract industries. Now, actually, agriculture also not there, industries also not there. How do they earn the money? No. So the district administration should have been proactive so that some industries that is suitable to this area where the common people get benefited, we should have undone that. Not doing that is ethical issue. Did you understand? So failure to create a condition to attract the industries is a problem. Shalu, got it? No need to find the gray area for ethical issue or the social issue. All the ethical issues are also social issues only. Uh, okay, so you have to just analyze the case study and say what is right and what is wrong. Shalu says, a little I understood. No, see, in our question, they have given that there is no industrial or mining activity. So why it is not there? Because the district administration has failed to create a situation to attract industries. That is one of the ethical issue. That is a failure of our duty. That is what we are trying to tell. Taking the agricultural land for industrial purpose is unethical issue. But where have we taken? Sai Krishna? Is it given that we are taking agricultural land for industrial purpose? See, for every ethical issue, you no need to have dilemma, Mr. Chitturi. Listen, ethical issue means what is right and wrong. It is not always the dilemma. Okay. Now, in order to improve the situation of minor girls, what you have to do for whoever is working as a child laborers, that is against the law. So rescue them and send them to the rehabilitation. Okay. And make sure that healthcare, there are provisions are there, and they will get proper healthcare that they are supposed to get. Many of them may be anemia and other problems. Will and RT, right to education, is there. It is compulsory for parents to send their education at least till the 10th class. We will implement properly. They are very poor people, that's why they may be not be actually they are going as a child laborers. So we will give them job related training to them and some skill development, so that at least after 10th class they are ready to do some jobs. Along with formal education, we'll also have this. There are many NGOs are already working for the in this area, about this issue of child labor. So we'll consult actually, like suppose NGO that is being run by Kailash Satyarthi, like Bachpan Banao Andolan, or Kailash Satyarthi Child Foundation is there. Kailash Satyarthi Child Foundation, KSCF actually, Child Foundation. We can consult, take their opinion also. As a district magistrate, we can do that. And child labor law is there, we will implement it. And in order to improve the nutrition and skill, there is a program from the government called Sabala. These are all the steps that we can take to make sure that minor girls issues are actually resolved, whatever the health problems. The last slide of the day that we are discussing is this. See this. Okay. If you see here, what as a district magistrate I have to do to deal with the Rampura as the IAS officer, how to improve the Rampura. First, I need to meet all the people in my district actually. I cannot do just alone actually. Along with employees, all these people should be taken as an important people, and I will consult them, take their support also. NGOs are not working well. No, what I will do, regulate them, make sure that they are doing their duty properly, motivate them, and we'll have the positive collaboration with them. They are also integrated part of the development. So then we need to improve. We need more funds. We'll convince the local politician, MP and MLAs, sir, we need to focus on Rampuram. I will try to persuade that person. We'll generate many reports, and so that we will try to see that as maximum funds will come as possible legally to the Rampura. Now, agriculture is a problem. I will analyze the Rampura and see whether if they are doing only subsistence agriculture, can I improve the irrigation facilities? In any nearby water is there? What about changing the method of agriculture? Maybe they are using traditional method. Is there is any scientific method is possible? And once they are growing some crops, what about transportation mechanism? How to make sure that they get a better price? How to improve their marketing? So I will analyze the situation in Rampura and take the decision. So welfare schemes are not reaching. So I need to create healthy work culture. I will talk to the employees, actually meet employees, motivate them so that they will start working well. Industries. We'll try to attract industries which are mainly agricultural based after creating agricultural products. Small scale industries, because if it is large scale, capital intensive, we want to create labor intensive. Labor intensive means that has more employment opportunities. Food processing, and by improving the ease of doing business. And many people are sending their kids to the actually child laborer because the adult population not getting job. So I will make sure that we'll implement MG Narega well, so that the parents will get a job, or some self employment skill development, so that parents will work and children go to school. This as an IAS officer you are supposed to do. And if you can write all of this in, we have given many points, but in exam you may not write all. We have given all possible points, but in exam how much you are able to recall, that you can write. And if you see, answer for this is just there in the question, and your general understanding of a role of an IAS officer. So officially this is the end of the class, but I'll still be there for a few more minutes to see if you have any doubts, issues, concerns. And we will meet tomorrow for the last class. If you have any doubts, issues, or concerns, you can ask. Sir, we are already tired, sir. From morning 6 o'clock, we are listening. Please leave us, sir. If you have any doubt, we'll ask tomorrow. Are you saying that in your mind? Now Abhishek joining at 9:45. What are they doing actually, faculties? 9:30 class should have been over. Till 9:45 they are there. Let me see what. So that's why Abhishek joined now. Sir, would you please guide me today? What improved to inculcate my behavior and personality development, as you have the knowledge about myself as I'm taking the class in a country? See, Shalom. Practically speaking, yes, you are attending the classes. Now we have morning batch, evening batch actually, and so many students are giving the comments and all. And definitely, I can't remember who has given which comment. First thing, and to really know, and the through the comments we cannot know much actually. We need to talk, interact actually, know who are you, what is your goals actually, and why, if you want to improve, why do you want to improve. And all these criteria are required. And without that actually, definitely, to be like we don't individually remember. There are so many aspirants giving that actually. I can't remember the exact text actually, and texts are also not sufficient condition. Employment point, please. Now, okay, now the parents are sending their kids to the child labor, right? That is one problem. Why? Because adult population may not have any job. So as a DC, what I will do in Rampura, MG Naraga is implemented so that anybody who is ready to do unskilled job will get job. Some self-employment, how they can generate employment. There are many schemes are there to improve self-employment. And we'll do skill development to the adult population so that they go and find a job even in the other areas nearby. Some plumbing, mason, whatever the work they're doing, let us give much more skills. See, issues related to society is social issues. Issues related to right and wrong is ethical issue. Okay? And all the social issues can be ethical issues also. All the political issues can be ethical issues, because in all the economical issues can also be ethical issue. Ethics is a very broader, where everywhere there is a concept of right and wrong. The ethics issues can come under society, polity, economy, history, psychology, everywhere. Sir, I must say this. We had the best teachers on this platform and taught us our syllabus in the best way. You were the only one who was able to break the barriers of online classes. You made these classes so interactive and interesting. That made my day, so that I'll get more energy till the evening. And thank you for that appreciation. And we'll get more feedback from you tomorrow as being the last class actually. And once again, thank you for your appreciation, Mahima. If any other final doubts or something, we'll try to complete as early as possible by 9 o'clock, and we'll have a general discussion and everything. And we have only two topics. And sir, why recording video lecture expires, sir? I'm not aware of that. In how many days it will be available and show? Because you should watch within the limited time. If you give unlimited time, you never watch. A work that can be done at any time, it is not that all. According to Shweta, it is not expired actually. So please check, even if there is an expiration, just we want that you will watch within the limited time. Okay, anyhow, already 9:48, so we'll meet tomorrow. So these are all the class for today. Hope that today's class was beneficial for you. If you have any issues or concern, we will meet tomorrow and discuss. And thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. Yes, Rashida, I do feel. Bye bye, bye bye.